fix that light and the switcher two in there,
Yeah.
and to leave. $1,400.
No, I have to. It'll take me a few days. I'm not going to do it. I can't do it like this.
There's something about
the more I take it apart, the more it gets weird. Like I said, I was going to check everything out in this place.
I don't know how.
John, you're not. This floor is not dirty. It is exactly the way it
looks dirty.
Oh, because you subjectively say it's dirty. I mean, I could have let that shit, all the feces, all the toilet paper. I mean, there was a ton of it. I could have just let it be all over the floor. But I was there with the shop vac, vacuum up your toilet paper and shit, right? And I only flushed the toilet upstairs because the guy told me, go up and flush the toilet so I can see if that line is clear. I didn't shit in it. I didn't piss in it. I just.
You can stay here. Do you want $1,400?
John, what I want is for you to be able to start having a life that you can, not keep.
Wow, it's a waste of time in this fucking place.
Well, then go. Then just go to California.
This house is worth money. I need to sell it to get the money so I can.
Who's going to buy it, John? Who's going to buy it?
Someone.
You haven't even put it on the market.
I know. I have to clean it.
No, you'll be cleaning it till doomsday.
I haven't mopped it yet. I just got this with the intent to finally mop it.
Uh-huh. It's not going to. So you mop it? And it won't make that much of a difference. Not to the point.
Yes, it will.
John.
I have no idea.
John.
Did you see it when it was first?
I was here when you did it, and it's been the same.
Stop doing this.
It's a concrete. I'm not doing anything to you, buddy. I am trying to talk straight to you. I'm trying to be. No one wants to talk to you, John. Me, I'm here because I care.
How much money do you want to leave?
I don't know.
I can sell my house and finally see my children.
You're never, John, until you find somebody really interested in this house. So put it up on a website. Because I was never going to sign.
You don't put it on random ass websites. You find a regular real estate agent and put it in the MLS with the floor clean, and you sell the house.
So you know what? Your mother's going to list this house, correct?
Yes. I guess.
Okay, so bring her up here and say, what do I need to do to sell this house?
I don't need to fuck around wasting time with this shit. I know what I have to do. I've done real estate since 1983.
Okay.
I was a little boy in the real estate offices. I know how to do it.
So do it. John, my presence isn't going to mess this floor up.
Because you just being here, you live slovenly.
No, I don't.
Even when you're very clean, you're slovenly.
Let's, I make sure there's nothing on my shoes, I clean the kitchen here. I make you really.
You don't have a concept of how to live in a very clean house.
Well, this isn't a very clean house. This is a school, man. This place is not, look at this. I've just finished cooking you this amazingly vegan meal here, right?
With little pieces of meat in it.
No, there's no meat in it. None.
There's
Zip.
always been little
Nope. There's no meat in this. Nope. There is some cheese, but that's about it, right? But rest is pasta and vegetables. And so here's, I've been cleaning this stove, right?
When I ate a little bit, I met you.
And here is this stove. I've cleaned this. I cleaned this top. I bought you a stove. I've been cleaning this top. So and I'm always cleaning the dishes.
They don't want to see this fucking stuff again and again.
What?
They don't want to see the same place again and again.
So the audience actually kind of represents somebody. I mean,
It's even clean. I can't tell with the lights the way it is. I'm still gonna mop it in here.
Well, good. Mop it in here. There's nothing
there.
There's nothing wrong with mopping.
I don't know what happened to it. It looks dirty.
It doesn't look dirty, John. What it is that there was shit everywhere. I mean, real feces. Well, I mean, you illuminate it. You can see
I don't like
the floor.
light.
Well, it's bright.
I never want one of those lights in my house again. All I ever did was stand up for my dad and make my face not.
You don't have to stand up for your dad. And John, you look the way you look. You're not going to look any different until you feel good about yourself in your emotional self.
Hal, you don't tell a fucking slave in the South, oh, just feel good now, even though you're not fucking free.
Well, no, you're pretty much.
That's pretty much how.
I mean, that's why we have jazz. That's why we have
slave. But I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to fucking live on the East Coast ever.
Then move. Then go.
Ever want to?
I mean, how many times did you go to California?
I like it here. I've been here since 2005. Guess what they pay me for my films? $40 for my best work.
Is that because you're here in Virginia?
Probably.
Not because of the film itself?
No, my films are really good. People laugh hysterically. They like my films. So, this is the floor that John wants me, I bet it's slovenly. But he hasn't been cleaning. I've been, brushing it off. Anyway, I'm here just because, I want John to be happy. I want John to, his boys are teenagers. His oldest boy is 16. He'll soon be 17. That's what I'm trying. I am trying to leave here so I can be there for my kids. But you be there by being there. Not in shit-ass Texas. Stop making me say these fucking things. I'm going to California, getting a lawyer, and making them live there. John, the only way you can deal with your ex legally is from here because you signed. No, I'm getting a lawyer there. Have you talked to any lawyers? Yes, I'm in talks with one. Okay, so what? Money, and I want to sell the house so I have money. So that was a lawyer in California? Yes. Okay, and he said that he can deal with it from California? Yes. Okay, even though the legal agreement was written in Virginia? Yes. Did you send him a copy of the agreement? I don't have enough money to pay them. If not, I'll get a Virginia lawyer from California. Okay. I don't know what else to say. Well, the guy in California. Why am I talking to you about it? I have a plan. I know where to work. It's wasting time for me to not clean up this entire house and put it for sale. Just because you need a place to stay. Do you want $1,400? No, John, buddy. $50. John, yeah, but I spend most of it on stuff for us here. But that's irrelevant. You didn't spend that much. John, that's irrelevant at the moment. The real important thing is that you can be at ease with yourself wherever you are. Kick back and act like everything's not kick back. No, I'm not saying kick back. I'm saying to be able to deal with yourself. And why would I even think about that? I want to sell the house, get the money. Well, then you should, bottom line, John, look, you bought the house from me, right? And it was like in unbelievably terrible shape, And you bought it from me. I know, but you bought it from me because this was the place for you. That's to get somebody to buy this place, you're going to have to find the person that this is the place for them. Because however it's fixed up. You put it in MLS and the right person comes along. Right. But the bottom line is, John, no matter what you do to it between now and then, really won't make a big difference. Because look how much you changed this house from how I had it, right? Whoever buys it from you will basically change this house. Good. I don't give a shit. I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that it doesn't matter how clean you get the floor. You know what they gave me for my life's work back here? $40. Right. $40. Oh, by the way, we're taking your wife away from me, taking your children away from you. John, you know, John. Virginia. Right. Well, I have to agree that Virginia is a pretty racist state, It's not. No, it is. It's not that way. They have Asian people who make good money here. This is very. I'm saying for me, I'm supposed to go to California. Then go to California. How many times since you moved here? Right? Since you moved here, how many times have you gone to California?
I don't know.
4 times.
Please stop.
4 times. 4 times. 4 times.
To stay in little places.
So what?
If you buy a place, it's free to stay.
It's not quite free to stay if you buy a place. It's yes, it's better. It's cheaper than rent. But look at you. You bought this place, and then you had to put a ton of money into fixing it up. You buy a house, you'll probably have to do the same thing in California.
This house is an 8-bedroom house with 5 bathrooms.
Yes.
6 bathrooms.
It's a gigantic place.
It's 9 acres.
Yep.
I've been working on it full time for 5 years. It's worth money.
Yes, it is worth money.
Little shit, $300,000. This is not fucking 2008.
Okay.
It's not 2008. I didn't suffer working at things, wanting to die 1,000 times with my children taken away from me, and still working hard for, I don't care about giving a speech right now. It's a waste of time. How do I pay you to have somewhere warm to stay away from here so I can clean it up and make it look really good and sell the house, put it for sale,
Yep.
so I can get the money, so I can go to California and get a lawyer to make Danica live there.
Okay, not a problem.
Kids, of course, go along with Danica.
I will have to say one thing. I only want to stay here a few days until it's sunny that I can drive away. I don't want to travel in the terrible weather. So
How's it the terrible? You just don't feel like going right now, I think.
Well, not this second, that's for sure. But depending, let's talk about this.
50 degrees tomorrow. It's 43
What's
next day and 46.
And what is it going to rain, snow?
It's warmer now. It's 61 right now.
Right.
And the heat is on so much.
I didn't put it up. I haven't.
It's at 70. I didn't put it at 70.
John, I haven't touched it, buddy.
How would it go up to 70?
You're the guy who's been pushing the buttons. I can't even see it.
I can press the hold button.
I've just been, I turned it off once because I wanted to, we started fires in the fire and I wanted to save you money. I've been trying to do everything I can to help you have this place work out, right? But
the only thing you did so far was turn a switch on that light bulb on that I didn't see where it was, so that light bulb worked.
no, I actually
That's the only thing.
I took all of that apart to see, and it's really messed up. It'll take me at least 2 days to figure how to.
It costs $750.
John, we can talk. That's irrelevant. Just let me fix that so it's fine, and let me put a light in that hallway, in that staircase.
Don't worry about that.
No, but you want to sell it?
Just leave it alone. I'm going to sell the place as quick as I can or something for a bunch of money.
Okay.
And I've been doing real estate since 1983.
Okay.
Since I was a little boy.
Okay.
So if any motherfucker brings up an auction, just fuck whoever thinks that, because you don't know shit.
All right. Okay. So we'll talk about this tomorrow, right? And if it's not raining, I'll try to leave tomorrow. How's that? Is that good?
I'll give you a bunch of.
Okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Can you fix that? The light in the room?
I will work. Yes, but again, there's a few things to fix that light might take me 2 days. I can put it back together and have it be what it is, and that outlet still won't work, and the light won't work.
I'll give you $1,000 more.
But again, it is so messed up, John, that I might have to go, do other things to it.
$1,000 more if you fix the light and leave sometime tomorrow.
Okay, we'll give that a try. But I have to get a few other things for it, so.
What do you mean? What would you?
I need a switch. I need a switch. I don't have the switch I need. I was looking for it, but the switch I need, I couldn't find it.
Because I don't want you to die in the cold.
Right. I won't die in the cold.
Or get stressed out.
I won't get stressed out. It'll be what it is. I'll be fine. But we'll talk about all of that tomorrow. But it may take me 2 days to deal. How about I leave by Friday? How about that?
It's Monday. What do I do between now and then?
You can wash this floor.
But you're here and it won't.
I'll only, I'm walking my slippers that won't leave a mark.
What did you do to it?
I didn't do anything to it.
It feels dirty.
It's because there was shit all over this place. Your feces.
No, there was not shit.
John, I mean, you saw me vacuuming it right there.
That one place where you flushed the.
I didn't. No, John.
It had shit filled up for a day or two.
No, not a day or two. For 5. God, man. John, your whole septic system had a ton of shit in it. You use so much toilet paper. What did that guy say? Stop using the toilet paper.
There isn't any feces on the floors.
I know. I cleaned it up. I cleaned up all the feces that was in the kitchen because it came out the pipes that are on above the stove.
Can I just give you $1,000 to leave tomorrow morning? Is that what you've been doing? You put shit in the floors?
No, John. The guy used a hose to pressure wash your septic tank lines that were so clogged with your toilet paper. Look at all the toilet paper you have. It's stacked everywhere. You're so anal retentive. You can't think about if you want to be with your kids, go be with them, not wash the floor, And just look in this place. He bought this for this week. This is how much toilet paper he uses a week. Just in this toilet, just in this one, right? Not the one up in his room. And so I cleaned up all the shit. I mean, these lines were full of shit. I mean, unfreaking believable. Right? Because the guy who built this place, George, he basically, had no idea what the frack he was doing. Let's see. I mean, it's not just John's fault because he basically okay. Here we go. So see all these lines? They were all full of toilet paper. They backed up, right? And that's his toilet right there. And so it goes in here, and that pipe there is going uphill. So that gets full of toilet paper. That gets full of toilet paper, right? I mean, no one's going to buy this house, not for $500,000, So he's left this humidifier on, right? So that's the line, and these were all full of toilet paper and shit. And right there was where a toilet, and it just exploded of shit and toilet paper out because he was down in the basement with a pressure washer, and all the water came up and came here, and this whole thing that's why he's got this on. He's got this on because this whole place was full of shit, And I got his shop vac immediately and started sucking the shit out because otherwise it would have gone all the way through this and covered this whole floor. Nothing covered this floor. Nothing got it. But John is like super sensitive in that he saw that shit. He freaked out. He ran back upstairs. And the guy in the middle of it was about to leave because John was freaking out. Right? And now if I turn this off, he'll scream at me, right? But, it's way, and he leaves all the lights on. So his electric bill, he had the heat on, right? 60 outside, he had it jacked up to 70. I don't touch anything, and I'm constantly cleaning, right? And the other side of the coin is,
John is my friend. I mean, look, I cut him. So upstairs, he's eating cookies and donuts, and I leave him fruit, right? I went and bought fruit. I bought him. The stove is like, you turn on the oven, it catches fire. I bought this, right? I'm going to leave it with him, right? And I brought all this food, right? And because John, he has so much. I mean, you look at this. I mean, this is a really interesting painting, He has, look at, he just drew this. I mean, look at all the stuff he's done. I mean, this house is more or less an art piece, No snotty bourgeois person. First, I don't want to live in Roanoke. And the road is, forget the road. It's like you need a tank to get up here. Even somebody has a 4-wheel drive, not so much. So, I mean, just look at all of this. This guy, he's, truly, and he spent, 18 hours, he doesn't. He just sits upstairs and does nothing. And then he freaks out and he breaks shit, right? No, John isn't being difficult. John is just being John, And I've spent the last 4 days cleaning, fixing, and making him healthy food because most of the stuff that's dynamically wrong with John is, why does he's working out, he's exercising. Well, why is he fat, right? I was a big boned guy. Man, I weighed 460 pounds. I'm down to 210. I had to do that or I'd be dead. I fell down a staircase today working on something for him. He didn't see it. The other guy who was working here, he saw me do it. He thought I was dead. Now, he hasn't gone. He's always been. But he's not crazy. He is neurotic. And he lets, and his biochemistry, he lets it get a hold of him, right? So he gets anxious, his cortisol goes up, and he's off to the races. And then he stuffs himself full of, he binges food, and that's his problem. Me, I don't eat, and I wake up, I drink water, I drink tea, and maybe I'll have a cup of coffee. 1, not 40. I've seen him drink 40 cups of coffee. So. And there is no making up, It is what it is. I know what John is. There is no making up. Now, when I speak, I went to art school, right? And I studied many arts things, and I went to different art schools, learned how to paint, how to draw, how to be a scenic lighting designer, and how to act and dance. Carl Off was my, dancing instructor. He's a guy who, choreographed West Side Story. He was my dance teacher, right? At Juilliard. So now I went to all this stuff because it was fun. Not because I already had a job, I was already a lighting designer at 16, I wasn't going to get a profession. I went to colleges to learn things, to hang out with really smart people, really gifted people, right? And John has the potential to do all the above. Meaning, how do I pay my bills? Well, he has a bachelor's degree and he has a master's degree in fine arts and in filmmaking. He could teach, he could work for some college anywhere on the planet online. Does he do it? No. If he did it, it would be the lifeline for him to get his kids back, right? He thinks he's going to go to LA and, become a star and make millions of dollars, Thinks he's going to sell this place for $500,000. No, like I said, this is an art piece, an installation piece. I used to make these things and put them in the Whitney. That's what this place is. It is not a house that fits anyone's dynamic, right? You barely, I mean, it is so drafty. It is freaking cold. I mean, when Christmas, it was like, 20 degrees below freezing here. I don't know really what it was, but where I was, it was 60 degrees below freezing, right? And so, the bottom line was, oops. And so he spent almost $1,500 just to keep himself. Would he put any wood? And there's two really great wood stoves here. You got them going. Like the first night I was here, it wasn't that cold, but it was below 30. And I put a fire up in his apartment, and I put a fire down in the basement, right? And he did his house up nice. There's a big fan in the ceiling of his apartment upstairs, right? I turned it on, and it was blowing the hot air down. And he goes, I don't like the way it looks. And he turned it off. So all the heat went up there and stayed up there. So he cranked the, even though I had a fire going and it was toasty, he still cranked the heat pump up. And the guy who put the heat pump in, the ducts, see the ducts up there? He didn't insulate them. And so John, the morning after my first night here, John came down the staircase and said, oh, it's so hot. Why is it so hot? Well, because these ducts leak the heat into the ceiling. About 30% of it goes into the ceiling. Right? So it's like, I mean, it's just thing after thing after thing. So like me, I would have never sold this place to anybody but John. The universe wanted John because it's a healing place. He said, oh, if John comes here, the healing energy of the hill can help him, and Al will stay with him for as long as it takes. And I did. Basically, I spent, 2.5 years here with him, but I had the deep green and other places I could stay. And he threw me out 32 times, right? 32 times. So about 2.5 years, I probably stayed here, maybe a year and a half, if that. Maybe 12, 15 months, maybe 15 months. After, a year and a half, 2.5 years, I was probably here 15 months, right? And not all the time, like little, like Swiss cheese, bits and pieces in between. Because the summer of, and he bought it kind of in September, and I stayed here until he threw me out in January at that time. It was ridiculously cold when his Russian wife came, and she lasted all of 2 days. And then, basically I left in the spring, like around March or May. Well, no, March. And I, went and, went back to the deep green, because the deep green is great, spring, summer, and fall. And there was nobody there. It was my, nature preserve, right? And so, whoops. So, whoops. Oh, I can't just do that. Let's talk to you. So, until John really gets a handle on his how his hormones and his biochemistry affects him. I mean, virtually everyone who has, we all, see, the thing is, psychotherapy tries to stick you in a box, right? Because that's part of the motif of our cultural dynamic, stick you in a box.
And John does, he's had enough of that his whole life, right? They've been trying to stick him in a box his whole life. And I understand that. I had the same thing, but I knew how to navigate it from an early age, right? Because instead of going to some friggin' moron who would, I know what I'm talking about. I have a degree, I went to somebody who was really smart. I said, oh, look, this is what's going on. And let's teach you how to navigate. And so, that's what happened. That's what he did. So, so at a certain point, so I haven't really been with John. So let's see, I guess it was 2017 was the last time I really lived here. I came to visit twice, and I got stuck here last February because of an ice storm. And, I went from there, right? So, the bottom line is you can drag a horse to water. I can't make him drink. And so I've done my best. And that's what this was. This was, I knew John wanted to, get this place together. And so I came to help him out.
I'm sorry.
Not a problem, buddy. I understand. And as I was trying to explain, we all have emotions, right?
I was supposed to keep working and working.
No.
My dad
No.
So I was supposed to clean the floors the next thing with.
No. I mean, so you'll do it tomorrow or the day after. It's not, you just don't get upset. Can I have a little of that?
I'm afraid I'll hurt your diabetes.
Oh, well, not a little cup.
I don't know.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'll just drink tea.
I shouldn't have brought it down.
No.
After all that, I thought I'd drink.
No.
That's been the problem here too.
What?
They try to get you to they would try to make me work so hard that I'd barely be able to go on and drink alcohol.
Right. John, no, stay down here with me. John.
It's not Virginia, it's just.
John.
I don't know what it is. I'm supposed to go to California.
Then go to California.
It's called California. Who cares what it's called? That's where I'm going to go.
Then go.
Because I lost interest. I stopped getting motivated to work as hard on my videos and stuff.
Right.
Because, where did it get when I was working really hard at it?
Right.
After 20 or 30 years of it, it was making.
So go to California. Just go.
So I was like, why?
Go to California.
Do my best work.
Go to California.
It's not paying enough.
Have your mom listed.
And it's not for the money. I
Right.
don't do it for the money. I do it because working at the other stuff made me want to kill myself 1,000 times.
Well, then don't.
So to not want to kill myself at working at some shit to pay the bills that is not shit. It's supposed to be good and had to.
It is what it is, John. But you don't have to. You can.
I like making films.
Okay, then make them.
I should be retired from it and only do it whenever I feel like it.
Well, then do it
I've
now.
done it since the 90s, but it still hasn't paid enough. But if it all of a sudden was paying enough, I'd be like, wow, this is awesome.
John, you have to basically, if you go to California, what are you going to do?
Have enough money, get my kids.
How are you going to do that?
I already know. I'm going to sell the house.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll finish fixing things up and I'll go.
I'm sorry. Just take it easy. The main thing is take it easy for your health, because it worried me about your health when you got worried about the cold. That's been a problem here. Why would you want to stay where it's cold?
Oh, well, it's not that I want to. It's the only place I can stay.
But you're used to it around the East Coast.
I mean, John, it's only when it gets ridiculously cold that it's.
You like the East Coast.
John, I like every place. I lived in Europe. I lived in Africa. I lived in Sweden. I lived in Switzerland, Ireland, England, France.
You know, I lived in the West Coast. I lived in, the North. I lived in Alaska. I lived in all those places. Lived, not visited, lived. You know? And the thing is, John, it's not like, Southerners, rednecks. Everybody, you know what a redneck is? It's somebody whose neck gets red because they work out in the field, right?
Somebody from Canada.
So anybody who works out in a field has a redneck. It's not just guys in Roanoke. And John, to judge people just by how they sound, and all, people are people. We are all our relations, and if you listen to people, they will listen to you.
I gotta go upstairs.
Okay.
I gotta take this sweatshirt off. This house has been like too much work, and I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's no problem.
I'm really sorry, Al.
All right, you're my friend. I understand.
I'm just gonna go upstairs.
Okay. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's like an art piece just in itself. So this floor. I mean, this floor is the same way it was this morning before the shit storm happened, right? And like I said, you wouldn't believe the amount of toilet paper. I mean, I had a choice of either going and get my camera and photographing it or let it, cover this whole floor. I stopped it back there, because I just stayed with the shop vac. Luckily the shop vac was in the other room. I said, yep. I was like, looking, towels, where's her mop? He had he doesn't have a single freaking mop. He just, when I asked him for a mop, he got one delivered by Amazon. It's, and, so John is this character. I mean, this place is amazing looking, but it's an art piece. Your average, until he finds the right person. And, I almost don't want to break it to him, but so when I bought this place, I bought it for $125,000, right? And it had just been sitting here collecting dust after George died. And there are a few people who lived here, but they never even paid the rent to Inga because Inga was too sweet, right? So she said, you should buy the school. And I said, okay, I'll buy the school. And I had three other pieces of property that I sold. When you sell property up to a certain point, after that point, you have to pay a pretty big tax unless you buy another piece of property, right? So I bought this joint and I bought the deep green after selling everything else. And that's all I kept, right? And so I lived here from 2003 till, I sold it to John in 2015, right? And I bought the deep green in 2003 too. But when I went to buy this place, I went and did the homework. I went downtown to where the deeds are kept, and I looked it up, and then I went over to where the tax people are, and I said, how much does the county say this is worth? And they said $30,000, period, property and building, right? And Inga's son-in-law, who thought he was Mr. Businessman, said, 125. Now, I could have said, screw it, go sit on it. But Inga was my bud. She had no money. He wasn't giving, he was a nice guy. He did. He loved Inga, right? So that 125, he wasn't thinking it was going to go in his pocket. He wanted it to go to Inga. So I sold those properties, and the amount of money I had to spend to buy other real estate so I didn't have to pay tax was just what this place was and what the green was. So that was it. I said, fine, good, this will work out fine. And so I said, sure, no problem. And he was kind of surprised because I'm sure he knew that the county, because he was, not a dummy. He was a nice guy. He really was. And Skippy, And he had issues. Everyone has issues, you know. I have issues, but I was blessed to have people in my life who gave me the 411 on them, right? I was blessed to be brought up from, birth to 6 years old by an unconditionally loving grandma and living in I lived in Harlem at the height of the apex, meaning the Renaissance had already crashed and burned, but the energy from it still was like going up there. And it wasn't all black people. It was everybody who just came off the boat who, was trying to make a deal. Like the guy who, you know, cleaned the shit out of this place. I mean, he did amazing. He's a brain surgeon of cleaning septic lines out. I mean, he was, he didn't have a rotary. He had a super high pressured hose that he could steer up these things, and he'd blow the crap out and then suck it out, so, but it was so clogged up above, that's, and there are pipes I showed you in that thing that have cracks in them. And so as he's blowing the water up in great volumes, it was coming out those holes. When the flush comes down, if it's clear, it just kind of goes by. It may leak a few dribs and drabs, but it stays up there. But it came all over the kitchen. So I was cleaning, right over here, so it didn't, right at that door right there, so it wouldn't come and cover this whole floor. It would have covered the whole fucking floor, right? I could have just sat back and let it happen and let John deal. But John had already gone upstairs because he was already comatose from just being around a guy who knew what he was doing. He gets, I work so hard. He hires people to do his work, right? And so, but he does. He didn't hire anybody to paint this place or paint this joint, right? But, and he fixed a lot of things, but mostly 80%. He had people doing it, right? And they would have done a better job or stuck around and did it, but he drive people nuts by being John. Now I know the guy. I only speak loud like that because it gets his attention, and so and that's my little training at Juilliard. I know how to project my voice, and I can, certain. If you ever saw in the movie Dune, and instead of having guns, they were like speaking and things would blow up. I can't do that, but I can, when I put it at a certain frequency and at a certain voice, it cuts right into people and it shuts them down, So these are all things I want to teach you, my adepts, my cadre. Now I've had 2 mystery schools. I've had 4 or 5, but that was at rainbow gatherings and other festivals, for a week or 2 or a month. But this school, I had it for 2 summers. I had about 60 people come through here. And out of those 60 people, maybe 4 really were an adept. The rest just want, let me give you $300. You can give me a certificate saying I'm a shaman. Well, I can't do that. My masters who are on the other side would give me a hard time for doing shit like that. They say you can't take money, but you can take a gift, right? So that's why I ask you guys to put something in my PayPal. Like, I have all of $16 there now. It'd be nice if somebody threw something in the old PayPal. So anyway, that is the story. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There we go. Anyway, so what do you guys have to say? Let's see. I hope you can. Like again, there's no making up, Anthony. It is what it is. Ed, what did Ed say? What did John Boyd do now? Yeah, exactly. I kind of, I came here for Thanksgiving to try and get him on a path so he could go to California, so he could get his kids back, right? But that's never going to happen. I've been away for a year and a half. He's had a year and a half since the last time I was here. No, not really. I guess it's been a year. I mean, I was here last February for 2.5 weeks when we had ice storm. Came to visit. The ice storm came. I couldn't get out of here. So, I could, that was the basic thing of it all. And so when I left there, man, I got out of here. Soon as it rained and the ice went and was slushy, I kind of tobogganed down the hill and made it back to the deep green. And, and I got there right around, the 19th of February, right? And so then March came and it started to get warm. And by the end of March, it was kind of spring, right? By April, it was spring, right? Now, the trees and everything didn't come out till May because we have this thing called frost because I'm way high up. But during the days, it was in the 60s and 70s. And at night, it mostly was in the 30s. But, sometimes it would drop down to, 15. And, in my electric blanket, it's not that bad, right? If I could survive 60 degrees below freezing in my electric blanket, I could, survive anything, right? So that's the storyline. What else can I say? Let's call up Mr. Magic Man. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello.
Hey, Slim. My phone ran out of battery, and then I was talking to John, and then I was putting that conversation on a live chat, and
Wow.
and so he's going upstairs. So
You put that on your YouTube?
yep.
Oh, great. I can't wait to see it.
Yes, and you're on live on the YouTube right now.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm still doing the same show. I'm going to do a little.
Oh, okay. And what's the title of this show?
I don't have no idea. I think that is the title. I have no idea, right? I think that says it all.
I think that is a very good place to begin.
Yes, I have no idea.
No, because that's really, like in what you call it, spiritual training and whatnot, it's beginner's mind.
Yes, right, exactly.
And the truth of the matter is, no matter how we speculate things that are unknown to us, it's just best to say, I have no idea.
Because otherwise it's just our opinion at best.
Right, or it's, I take it even further. Yes, it's just an opinion, certainly. But then even with all the so-called facts, like there's usually a certain amount of doubt or,
Well, you're very good at this. When you said so-called facts, that's exactly what all facts are. So-called.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Right.
So it's more like you kind of, or at least for me, a guy who's like prone to obsessive thinking, anxiety, depression, a lot of suffering.
All the above.
All of my own creation.
Exactly.
So part of kind of retraining or living a different way or developing new thought patterns, it's kind of like, well, better just to say, I don't know what's going on.
Yep.
Rather than be like, I must know exactly everything. And,
right.
And you're like straining. And
right.
It's like, I know when you strain, when you poop, you hurt yourself. I can only imagine with your brain.
Oh, man, not good. Not good. And my teacher, my grandma being my first teacher, I was always interested in why this was going on and why they said that and what this was. And from early on, like 2 or 3, she basically said, well, it's good that you're observing this. It's really good that you're catching it, that it's not, because if you don't, you're going to get it straight in your grill. But since you're seeing it, that's good. Just, the first thing is get out of harm's way. When you see the shit, get out of harm's way. When you see something that, I wonder why that is, or how's that work? That's fine. but don't excess over it, because you first have to collect a great deal of data. And then you can start to assimilate and collate. And but still, I have no idea. You can assimilate and collate better than anybody else, but still, I got no idea.
Hold on a moment.
Of course. Well, gang, so here we are talking to Mr. Magic. He's an artist, a musician, a man of great experience, and he's got a great sense of humor. He is, Dr. Lardass. He is...
That's Beauregard, Lardass.
Yeah, Dr. Beauregard.
No, I'm not a doctor. You are the doctor.
I'm the double doctor. I'm the double doctor.
And I don't have to say that twice.
And our other friend, who is the Indian?
Oh my goodness, yes. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be on your show.
Oh,
It's an honor for you to know me.
So I'm pleased as punch.
Yes, I like Hawaiian punch myself. Although I put roofies in it, and I've had some problems. But anyway, enough of this Folderoy.
Enough of this Folderoy.
I was going to attend a Zoom meeting, but I decided I'd speak with you for a little longer because it's a little bit more...
more amusing and fun.
Huh?
Our conversations are more amusing and fun.
Yes, they're amusing and fun, and they also have a very poignant message, I think.
Yes, and that's why it's a...
back to your topic, right? So
right.
It's kind of best to... And then that whole idea of not knowing anything, like Robert Anton Wilson, he kind of expanded on that. I think, he had a book. It might have been one of his last books he wrote, and it says, "No one knows anything."
Hey, can you hold on a second? Just hold on a second. There's someone's calling in. I'm going to check this out.
No problem.
Hey, Tom.
Hello, this is Amerigroup Community Care.
Oh.
This call may be recorded for quality assurance. We're call.
Are you back?
I'm still with you.
I love this stuff. I don't know how some punking robot community care got my friend's number, and it wasn't him on the phone. It was, we are community care, and this is an important, so. Anyway.
Well, so they used your friend's phone number and you saw that as an ID?
Yeah, exactly.
I see you're up. I'm not going to put the volume on, otherwise it'll feedback. We can have fun with that later.
Right.
But I'm going to see if I can find the name of that Robert Anton Wilson book. But the point I'm making, or I'm trying to make.
What was it about?
It was about all these secret societies and stuff, and how everybody thinks this one controls the world.
Right.
The world, and they certainly do have influence, and he acknowledges that. But the human race as a whole really has no idea what's going on.
Right. I think those books. There was a series of 3 books.
Well, that's the Illuminati's trilogy.
No. That was a trilogy. But he wrote these other books that was called The Widow's Son.
Oh, okay. Well, it's obviously a Freemasonic.
And it was took place in Italy and France and in the Mideast during the time of the Medicis. And so it was all about secret schools. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm not. It's a later book, and it was just sort of like a one-off. And I remembered it. Oh, okay. Everything is under control. It's called.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yep. I know that. Mm-hmm.
It's conspiracies, cults, and cover-ups.
Yep.
And it has a list. It's this. When did it come out?
What year was that?
1998. It was published.
Yeah. Okay.
Might have been one of his last books.
It was one of them.
But
and it also might have been. I forget when he died, but. By that time, his wife was really the brains of the thing. you know?
So I've heard, not just from you, but from many others.
Yes. She
She really,
was really, and she was so smart. She let him be the front man, you know?
yeah, well, it makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
You have the kind of the dog and pony show, and you have the person who's like, doing the wheeling and dealing
Right.
behind the scene,
Yep.
which is fine. I mean, that happens a lot, you
Right.
know.
Well, that's, that's
Like,
the Wizard
there's
of
another
Oz.
example,
Right?
right?
That's
Like,
the Wizard of Oz.
Maybe people thought like, oh, he was the one getting the publishing deals and this. And that.
No, it was her.
And again, what facts, so-called,
Right.
can be disproven even over time.
Right.
So, like everybody, we just stumbled onto a great example. You got this guy. Everyone thinks of him in one way. Years later, it comes out it's a different situation.
Not to say that Robert wasn't, what he was. He was.
No, he certainly was. But I'm just saying, like, he wasn't the. And I'm sure he didn't even profess to be like, oh, I'm linked with all these publishing companies. I wheel and deal.
No, he never even talked about that. But he was always. It was always like, look at me.
Well, he was an entertainer,
right?
As well as
that's really what he was. He was
absolutely. I mean, I barely, to be perfectly honest, you and the listeners, I barely read any of his books. I just loved his lectures.
Right.
I got turned on to him in 1995, I think. Somebody gave me an audio cassette, or I copied something. I don't know where I got it, but it was an audio cassette. It was a talk. And my friend or coworker, he wasn't a friend of mine, a coworker, was like, you would like this. And he made me a cassette of Israel Regardie, and he made me a cassette of Robert Anton Wilson. And that was my beginning into the occult.
Did you ever see him live?
Never did get to see him live. Unfortunately, as I've disclosed before, I led a very destructive lifestyle, to say the least.
Right.
And unfortunately, that got in the way of doing those things. But I guess to try to bring it back to topic, also the facts that you see in front of you, it's limited. You don't really know a person. We don't even really know ourselves.
Right.
Like, people say like, oh, well, if you go through a crisis or whatever, you're going to really know who you are. And I certainly, I don't know if I believe that entirely. You're going to know who you are when,
when you come out on the other side, when you come out the other side.
Yeah. And hopefully, maybe if you have some spiritual path or some, people that guide you or what have you, to recognize that there is a gift within all of that,
Right. But most people get stuck in it, John's a good...
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, sure. I've certainly had my struggles with that. I mean, I feel like I've only come out of one that's lasted for about 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, it was related to employment and stuff like that, but it was also not, again, like not knowing stuff got me into trouble.
Yep.
Not knowing, like, it kind of comes like down to this, and I heard a spiritual teacher say this, and I agree with it. If you think that the world is a mystery, you need to really look more at yourself, because you're the mystery.
Right.
And you need to kind of know who you are,
right?
What you like, what you don't like. And that's a lifelong journey for all of us. But when you get a really good idea, like, for instance, for me, my biggest struggles have always been employment. And, I've tracked those patterns down to resentments with authority and the family and all kinds of psycho babble stuff. But all of that needed to be unpacked to a certain degree to kind of be like, hey, man, you're like kind of I don't consider myself 100% of a techie guy, but I'm somebody who likes to investigate and is curious and doesn't really like a lot of people around while I'm doing that investigation.
Right.
And that's why for years I was worked in film post-production, and, I always worked like weird shifts, overnights and stuff like that. I hated it because I am a certain amount, very social, but I also need a lot of downtime because, people overwhelm me and shit like that. So I've had to come to terms with that in order to find employment that kind of suits that, people that I choose to associate with, and just how I conduct myself. And it's been the gift, like I mentioned earlier, through going through that, I found out what I needed so that I would stop running around in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
Or deflecting, be like, oh, it's their fault, or it's this one, or it's that, or maybe if it was the right circumstance, or like really, these are extreme pitfalls that people fall into.
Right.
And I'm just grateful that I had enough, I guess, desperation to get closer to religion, get closer to philosophical work, my art, just get closer to that, because I knew that would yield the answers,
Right,
quote unquote, the answers. But these things are important. I think if we're all like kind of, human beings hurtling through space, not really knowing what's going on, it's certainly helpful to have some wherewithal that's rooted in philosophy, spirituality, religion, the arts, because even those things may not provide 100% an answer, but they give a direction and they give an ability to sort of contain one's vision, and like to not be all over the place. You can kind of use it as a telescope.
well, you see what somebody else did before you. It gives you the 411 of what's going on, at least within the construct of that life and that time.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of say, oh, that's kind of like, it's like, a good example is we're pretty much all the same, right? And the thing about psychology is they try and put everyone in an individual box. And in reality, we're all on a spectrum, right? We're on a different, this little pot, but we're still all human beings. We're still all having the same experience, right? So if you look at, and that's what I do, I look at everybody around me and seeing what they're doing, right? And saying, oh, look at that. And so, like, you may not like this, and John probably wouldn't like me saying this, but you guys pretty much had semi-similar experiences to get to where you are. Now, you, in the last 6 years, have taken control of your life and become the decider, and you are navigating through all of this. And instead of you letting all of this take a hold of you like it did for X amount of years, you're now, you still have good days, bad days, whatever days, but you are more conscious and you are more the decider than you were when, between 19 and whatever, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, this has been a whole journey.
And that's really, there is no finish line. There is no finish line.
Divot over the last 6 years, but it was still because I had maintained the foundation of my spiritual practice, which, just so the viewers or listeners are aware, and I've disclosed this on other of Owl's podcasts, that I am a member of a 12-step fellowship, and I've been sober for 15 years and continue to practice not just not drinking or drugging, but developing spiritually.
Right. And that's what you really have to do. It's not just not drinking and drugging, but
absolutely,
but becoming aware of
that. I always try to put that across, no matter what.
Right. And because that's really the major important thing of the 12-step program is that you get, actually from the first day you decide that you're going to be sober and you work towards it, you realize that's what you're doing. You're working towards it, and there is no finish line.
Right. It's about a maintenance process.
Right.
It's maintaining the spiritual condition.
But it's also about a growth. I mean, it's more growth than maintaining, because
within the maintenance there is growth.
Right.
So that's the thing. It's just kind of like if somebody, give an example, like, I don't know, you're a weightlifter or you exercise a lot or whatever. You're going to have the gains. You're not going to maybe fall into disrepair with your health.
Right.
You stay. So, but it's certainly not one doesn't want to stay stagnant, because then it actually starts to reverse.
Right.
And fall back to sort of like the default settings that you kind of were inculcated into you through, either a fucked up childhood or shit to society. So
Right.
It's just stuff that you pick up along the way. That is pretty deeply rooted. It doesn't necessarily disappear, but it's acted out on less. It's more of, oh, okay, I can see myself coming. I'm going to be an ass if I don't keep my mouth shut, or I'm going to be, I'm going to suffer if I continue to obsess and think over whatever. And leading back to the topic again, having to know what is going on at all times.
Right.
And, and no one can do that
Right.
unless you happen to be God.
Unless you happen to be God. Yes. Right. And
And it's a nice thing to be able to say, hey, man, I really don't have to manage shit.
Right, exactly. All you have to do.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to let you take care of this.
All we have to do
Not like you weren't, but
all we have to do is do our best. That's all we have to do. That's it.
correct.
Our best. That's it.
Yes.
Don't have to be perfect.
It's funny. I had a little bit of a breakthrough on Saturday, because I'm engaged in. I have a wonderful therapist, thank God. Seriously, and this is the same thing. Like you said, John and I are similar with certain, probably a lot of trauma that he had.
Right.
I don't want to talk smack about him. He's not around to
Right.
defend himself. So,
But what I was making at that point was that we're all kind of bad.
to kind of not fall back, not slack into that kind of shit and make myself depressed. So, I've had trial and error with many therapists over the years.
Right.
This is another thing, and I've said this on your podcast before. Society does not teach us as quote-unquote consumers when it comes to mental health or physical health that just as much as you choose whatever you're going to choose on the shelf, whether Jif or Skippy peanut butter,
Right.
you have to kind of view, I shouldn't say have to, but I think you get better results if you don't just take your mental health or medical concerns and act passively. Just be
Right.
like, oh, well, the doctor said this, or, well, maybe your doctor's an asshole. Maybe you should get another one. But we're not taught that. We're not taught, and I've had my difficulties in learning that, and I'm grateful I've kind of broke through that. And I found a therapist who's reasonably priced. She's not in my network. Who gives a fuck? You
Right.
know, I'm getting the gains, and again, taking responsibility for yourself. You get better results.
Right. Exactly.
So I came up with some deep childhood stuff about my spelling and weird shit.
Right.
I probably have undiagnosed dyslexia.
Mm-hmm.
So back in the day, and when I was growing up, going to school in the 70s and the 80s, they were like, "Oh, you're not trying. You're lazy.
Right.
You're branded a dumbass.
Right.
It's not
Mm-hmm.
not very nice." So I've always, for any jobs that I have that require writing, I have to use Word doc to correct stuff, and that's normal. That's what we do these days. This is like 2023. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Right.
But I didn't realize that I had been concealing from myself, and it was coming out as anxiety and fear, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And then it broke through. It was like, dude, you're going back to when you were in 6th grade and the teacher made fun of you and
Right.
the kids laughed at you. Everybody uses fucking Word doc. There's no reason for you to be ashamed.
Right. And
But
not only that,
you had to come to the surface for that. And oh boy, man, all the anxiety and the fear lifted. And it was like, wow, okay.
yep.
And that's the purpose of all this growth and things that you're talking about. Because you have experiences like that, and you're like, wow, I just knocked down another brick. Another veil dropped.
Right. Right.
So yeah, we don't know.
Right, exactly. And the other interesting thing is that, so I have dyslexia. I have every kind of thing you could have, but when I got murdered by a nun and then I got sent off to be with these folk in a It was like an ashram, but it was more than that. It was a Marinol's sanctuary. It was
You told me that.
it was a sanctuary.
Yeah, let the audience know about that.
Right.
Because they're fascinating.
And well, I in first grade, I annoyed a Nazi nun, and she murdered me. She picked me up by my neck and beat the crap out of me and broke the orbit, my left orbit, and made me deaf in my left ear, broke my jaw, crushed my voice box, and that's kind of why I speak. I have a different twang to my voice. And anyway, so after I kind of healed, they sent me up to the sanctuary, and all these people had amazing, the audiographers, they were, everything I needed to heal myself. And these weren't just people in the box, they were leaders of their discipline. And every single one of them said, well, look, this is how you do it. So we're not going to try and change you. We're going to show you how to use that thing that society calls a malady as a strength. Right? And that's how you can look at all this stuff. Either it's a malady or it's actually a strength. It gives you the ability to do something that most people can't. So, yes, I'm deaf in one ear, but I'm basically hear different frequencies out of that ear. And they showed me how to hear them. So it's like I'm a Doppler radar. I can tell where people are. And the farther you are away from me, I can hear with that ear. If you're a mile away, I can hear you with that ear, not the other ear, because that ear is designed to hear you facing me, right?
Mm.
And my other eye, that I see different frequencies of light and other things. I mean, all insects see in the infrared. Half of the animals see in the infrared, right? The fish see in infrared. We're the only guys who don't see in the infrared. And my eye
is another example, right? Like, do we know everything? Well, human beings compared to other life forms on the planet, we're virtually blind.
We're virtually blind, yes. And dogs have smell-o-vision. They know everything. And that's why they can smell that you have cancer, right? So anyway, those guys taught me how to do that. So it made me, and I had some really literary guys, so I would write a lot, and they would see how I wrote, and they would, like when you get around to reading my stuff that I sent you, you will see how I write, and that my misspelling, instead of using spelling dogs, I use my misspelling as punctuation, because you'll be reading along a paragraph and I have all these big words spelt right, because I can spell big words better than I can spell like them or us and it stops you it like triggers something. I was seeing a friend of mine who worked, as a big time publisher back in the day, and I saw them in Asheville. And she was reading my stuff, and she said, "This is amazing because I'm reading along with the story, and then all of a sudden, it makes me hit the bricks, and when I hit it, all my junk goes flying forward, like if I was in a car, and then I see all the stuff that you were writing about. And I first thought it was just entertaining or intellectually stimulating, but no, this is a whole deeper thing because of this misspelling of these words and how you constantly use this type of grammar and this kind of punctuation. And it's, and it's not because I don't know, it's because now I do it on purpose, so, and that's really where humans, I think, are heading, meaning they're being pushed into this place where the powers that be basically want us to go into the matrix, want to become transhuman. Right? And so they're doing everything they can, nuclear war, plagues, starvation, you name it, economic collapse. And it doesn't matter because all that stuff's illusion. And I think, and it happens if you study history, especially way ancient history like Babylon and before Babylon, you can see that this has happened to humans before. And we have wiped ourselves out many times, right? So,
correct.
And that's the special. The thing is we didn't get thrown out of the Garden of Eden. We were incarcerated in the Garden of Eden.
Well, I go so far as to say we never left the
Right.
garden because it's within ourselves.
Right,
It's just
exactly.
we were denied access to our own strength, our own ability to meditate, our own ability to be at peace,
Right.
our own ability to see through the bullshit and
Yep.
be like, wait a minute, I don't have to react to this. I'm being manipulated.
Right,
This
exactly.
is all gifts from the garden. But this is, to me, as a Christian, and I guess you'd say a mystic or whatever, for lack of a better way of putting it, my view of the Bible from the Old Testament to the New is you never left the garden.
Right.
That's the whole journey. It's like you never left. It's always inside.
And that's what Jesus was telling us. If you drink from me, you will never be thirsty again.
Yeah, and it's you.
Right.
It's you.
Yes.
And that's why, he's referred to as the Alpha and Omega, right? The beginning and end. Well, we're supposed to, as Christians, follow his template. And when we understand that we are the Alpha and Omega of our own lives,
Right.
well, then it begins and ends with you. You got to be responsible.
Right. You got to be the
Responsible
decider.
for how you feel, what you think, how you eat, how you interact with other human beings, how you perceive, what you want to do. It's, the power is within. I often cite this, folks that I'm involved in fellowship with, the 12-step community. From a lot of folks fall into the trap. The first step talks about, powerless over alcohol, powerless over addiction, or powerless over whatever the behavior may be.
Mm-hmm.
And their lives have become unmanageable. So then folks get into this because they don't go any further. They'll be like, well, I'm powerless, I'm powerless, I'm powerless, I'm powerless. No, you're not powerless over yourself. And then when you get from the second step on, it's all about using really what God has given you, which has been all distorted through believing that you're a piece of shit or whatever it may be, to recognizing that there is a God within.
Right.
And access this through prayer and meditation. Or the Christ consciousness, if you want to use those terms.
And
oh wow, I am a son of God.
Right.
I am a daughter of God.
Well,
I have some say in my life.
The when the burning bush showed up to Moses, right, and
Correct.
said, go free the Hebrew nation, right, and
Or Hebrew national.
the hot dog. But anyway, the Hebrews weren't like slaves to the Egyptians. They weren't like cleaning toilets. They were the middle managers. They were the bankers. They were the lawyers. They were the doctors, right? And the freedom that the Hebrew nation needed was from the materialism of the Egyptian empire, right?
Which they fell back into when they did escape.
Right, so they escape, and what do they do first thing when Moses talking to the burning bush? They're down there making a gold, a calf, right, an idol, right? So the bottom line is, so he's up there. I mean, before, he goes to get the nation out, he's up with the sheep up in the hills, and that's when he meets the burning bush, right? Bang, there's the burning bush. Hey, buddy, go get, go take care of the Hebrew nation, get them out of, out of their slavery. Anyway, so Moses goes, why should I? I'm happy here. Leave me alone. And the burning bush, well, don't you want to know my name? And that was like, Moses always wanted to know stuff like that. So he goes, okay. And so the name that God uses isn't I am who I am, because that's only, Popeye is the only person who says that.
Yeah, I always think that when I hear that.
And what the burning bush says, I am a work in progress, and you, meaning humanity, is my reflection. And I use you to realize how I'm doing. And that's exactly what you were saying. That is the relationship. We are that, that Christ consciousness, but we become unconscious of that, right? And that's what the burning bush was telling Moses when he said, I am a work in progress, meaning there is no finish line. And that gives that little hint that the burning bush it was the God of this moment, not like the big boy, not the guy up in the clouds sitting on a gold throne shitting on everyone. it's a work in progress, right? And there are other entities, and we're moving forward. We're moving up. And so was the burning bush, because we are its reflection. So we're not that far away from that essence. We just have to be conscious of it. And that's why they call it Christ consciousness, because we have to be conscious, conscious, I am, conscious intent I am, conscious intent I am, conscious intent I am. And humans, because we're in this mud puppet, get so distracted, Humans, because we're in this mud puppet, get so distracted. Humans, because we're in this mud puppet. I like that. That feedback is artistic.
I told you we'd be having some fun with it.
Yeah. So, that's where we are. And so it's not a big deal, and I do my best, right? And I'm still, like I said, when I started out, I was doing my best maybe 6% of the time. And that was pretty amazing. All the elders were going, boy, that's pretty amazing. But now I'm maybe doing it around 60%. That still means I'm a moron.
You're here in Virginia? Well, good now, even though you're not fucking free. Well, no, you're pretty much again. What? They don't want to see the same place again and again and again and again and again.
Sound familiar?
Yeah, baby. That's that 40% of moron that I am every now and then.
Well, if we all work towards a better day.
Yep. We all work towards a better day. But and when we know that, when we're conscious of it, that is what gives us the ability to keep moving forward.
Oh, absolutely.
It's when you get stuck in not knowing that's the real misery,
On a sidebar, I guess. I may have some time to read your stuff.
Okay, that'd be fun.
All moving forward with this new gig.
Right.
I'm going to be commuting for 6 weeks for a whole training thing from here in Queens to White Plains. So that's a long trip.
That's about an hour, right? That's about an hour, give or take.
About 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least I hope it's not, but either way.
Are there any express buses that go from your neighborhood?
Yeah, I think there are. I'll probably be able to
find something like that
once I kind of establish that pattern. But
because there used to be a Chinese restaurant in Roanoke, Virginia, and there were a lot of Chinese folk workers here in Virginia and New York, and they had this bus that went from in front of this Chinese restaurant near the airport in Roanoke to 34th Street or wherever the Port Authority bus terminal was. It didn't go into the terminal. It would just stop and you get off on the sidewalk. And it was great because you would get on the bus. They had really nice, cushy seats. They had a big screen with movies in Chinese. And they gave you a Chinese meal in a box.
Wow.
Yeah, for like
maybe I can find that.
Yeah, for like $40. I mean, this is a good 15, 20 years ago, but
yeah,
when I still went back to New York, and it was very nice. I would be the only person really, and that somebody would want to say, "Can I practice speaking English to you?" Stuff like that. It was kind of fun. So, yeah, maybe you can find something like that.
I hope so.
And if not, yes, it'll give you plenty of time to read my stuff. Yeah.
But yeah, it would be very cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find so that's kind of, once again, like, how do you want to view stuff? Do you want to be fucking, it's a fucking shitty community, blah, 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 makes so sick, or find the advantages? Oh, yeah,
I had to commute many a time, and that was my time to meditate and read books.
Yeah. Well, what's fun with this is it's only for 6 weeks, and the payoff is all moving forward. I'll be working from home 100%.
Well, that'd be cool.
Well, because like I said earlier, I came to the conclusion, it's like, dude, you're not cut out to work in like a bustling office environment.
Right.
It's not you. You know, you're the kind of guy, you know, you like to do your work on your own, be on, you know, not fucked with, and just be like, hey, okay, is this good? Yes. If it's not, okay, I'll fix it.
So is this the, would you say that's one of the major issues you have with your present job is?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm adapting, which is good, and I think it's important to not run away from stuff.
Right.
But it's also to thine own self be true. A lot of that stuff that I described is from PTSD. There's some hardwired shit, you know.
Yep.
Now, I don't want to say reversible, but can it be overcome? Absolutely, 100%.
Right.
Now, do I really have the time and the inclination to want to do that? No. So I would rather find something. And truth be told, I already kind of knew this because I'd worked in that kind of environment before.
Right.
Where I was by myself and whatever. And I thrived. But I was kind of under the illusion that it's like, well, wait a minute, maybe I should be doing something else. And, you know, I'm a big punk rock fan, so there's one of my favorite groups. They're called Negative Approach, which is not the best name, but one of my favorite bands. And they have a song very, very apropos. It's called Why Be Something That You're Not? And I was just like, dude, yeah, you need to look at that, you know?
Right.
And I'm not that guy, you know? I mean, like, you know, like engineering types, like similar to yourself. You know, you like the independence.
Right.
You're an electrician. You do the shit. Hey, how is it? Good. Okay. Oh, well, I need you to work on this. Okay. Just, you know, get out of the way.
Right.
Give me my tools. Let me do my shit.
Yep.
Oh, and you're going to love it. Yeah, you are going to love it because I'm going to do a good job.
Yep.
But I don't want to fucking talk shit with you because I don't like you. I just want your money.
Right. Exactly.
So, you know.
You know, I used to do, you know, so I did a lot of restaurants, and those guys would, because they got a lot of money, and especially if it's that first time, their first time out with the restaurant, so they're really neurotic about what's going on. They like try to micromanage. Anyway, I had this one big gigantic screwdriver. That was like a crowbar, but it had a plastic handle, so I was insulated. And if they were just bothering me, I would go over to the main line where there were no breakers and just start welding, you know, just, you know, take the hot line and then, you know, take it to the ground and just, you know, have lightning in front of them and they'd run away and not bother me anymore. You know, that was one of my most.
Yeah, but yet the work we get done. And,
right. I mean, but most.
And I get it. I mean, there is a way to be like, you know, and I'm learning. I don't want to do it, but I'm doing it. And I'm benefiting from it. I'm learning how to kind of, you know, be polite and
right.
still get my work done.
Right.
Whereas before it would be like, I'm just going to stop what I'm doing. I'm going to look at you like you're an ass, and I'm going to wait for you to shut the fuck up, and then I'll do my work.
Right.
Which did not work out. That's not a good scheme.
No, that's not a good scheme. But I'm, you know, most people would say I'm an extrovert, but I'm really an introvert. But I'm enamored with what humans do. So
yeah, that's that's how I would describe myself.
I can hang out with them, and instead of staring at them so they, you know, realize shut the fuck up and leave me alone, I basically start telling them stories until they can't take it anymore, and then they leave.
That's a good tactic,
right?
Or I try to give them something good, you know, like at least something helpful, and then they might be quiet because they're like, "Oh shit, gave me something to think about."
You know, but it's few and far between.
It's few and far between.
That the people actually do listen and get something out of it. And you know, so I'm very good at giving cold readings. I mean, that was basically what I did for the Desperate Lawyers for 10 years in depositions. I could just read, you know, I would read, you know, we'd talk about what the lawyers wanted to get out of these people. And instead of lawyers asking the questions and having the other guys, I would, you know exactly what they wanted. And then they would sit at the table with the other lawyers and that person giving the deposition and say nothing. And then 10 minutes after everyone's sitting there saying nothing, I would walk in and do my thing and get everyone to just spill the beans, you know? So I'm pretty,
Yeah, that was your thing.
that was my thing.
That
So
was your task.
that's my task. So that's why they pay me good.
About, like shooting the shit or talking about stuff you don't want to talk
Right.
about. Like,
Yep.
kind of fucking ball game.
Yep, exactly. And so all that time that people would do that shit, they just sat there and said nothing until I walked in looking like a homeless guy, you know? So that was it. Hey, Johnny, come on down.
Hey, Johnny boy.
He was at the top of
The owl is calling.
Yes, he was up there. He was listening for about 5 minutes. Right. So, you know, so I have different modes, let's say, but
Yeah, you have to.
right, but and like
You seem more conscious of your modes than most people.
yeah, that's 60%. Yep, I'm conscious.
That's good.
I'm very conscious, but 40%, I'm still a rambunctious monkey moron, you know. So,
All right.
but
You're entitled.
that 40% is sprinkled like, you know. Do you know what a Jimmy is? You know, like sprinkles, right, on cupcakes, right?
I've never heard it referred to as a Jimmy, but
In New England, they call sprinkles Jimmies.
From where I come from in New York City, at least when growing up, a Jimmy was known as a condom.
Yes, exactly. And see, that's the thing. Jimmy,
Jimmy's tap.
yes, Jimmy can be used in any, you know, from a little sprinkle on top of a cupcake to a condom to, you know, whatever you want. But have you noticed that males that have a first name that ends in Y are usually, you know, like look at South Park, you know, who's the guy who always dies? They killed Timmy or Kenny. They killed Kenny. You know, there was a family that I grew up near called the Smiths, and it was Bobby, Kimmy, Larry. You know, there were 5 Ys, and they all died in horrific ways of their own stupidity before I was 10.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like bizarre. It was like something almost biblical. But the first time I ever saw something pretty gruesome, it probably was 5, 6, or 7, somewhere in there. I was still in New York, so I guess I was about 5. And we were fooling around, and they were, you know, Con Ed had ripped open the street, and they were, you know, closing it up. And it had a big, you know, one of those rollers that rolls on top of asphalt. And this guy, Bobby, the middle boy, had a bicycle, and they had put down stone, and then they put tar on it, and then they were laying down the asphalt. And the big roller first was rolling the stone and the tar before they put down the asphalt. And it was a big thing. He was way up in the air and made a lot of noise. You could barely hear. And this guy was like doing wheelies in front of this thing, and the guy didn't see him, and he fell over, and the thing ran right over him. And it squeezed him out like a tube of toothpaste.
Ouch.
And we couldn't hear him scream, but we could see his mouth open, and like he fell down. He tried to get away. The thing caught the back of the tire of his bike and then pinned him there. And then slowly, like I said, like a tube of toothpaste. And we all,
you saw that?
about 5, 6, right? And it was very strange because
Strange, to say the least.
there were about 5 of us there, and we're all staring at it. And 2 of the guys just threw up and just got caught up in the. Luckily, I hadn't eaten anything all day, and because it was so loud and I couldn't hear him scream, and I saw a different angle than the other 2 of the other guys saw the whole thing. Really, I mean, they saw him, you know, just squeeze out. I saw him on the side, and it deconstructed that kind of death for me, right? Where I kind of analyzed its component parts rather than internalized biochemically. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so anyway, those four, how many of us? It was about five of us. Four of us stayed pretty tight until we were in our 20s. And we would talk about that experience. And that was like one of our benchmarks of our life. And it was really strange how by the time we were about 17, 18, we realized that each of us was affected by it in a way that it didn't affect the other ones. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It almost was a benchmark of who and what we were. So it was,
Sure.
and so it isn't like, it really wasn't even a trauma because, you know, when I was working at the VA, that's my whole thing. I was into trauma, or at least studying it and dealing with it. And, you know, I learned acupuncture, and there are a number of acupuncture points that do a really good job with unfurling the trauma.
Oh, look at Wilhelm Reich.
Yes.
That's what he was all about.
Yep.
Muscular armor. And
Yep.
Trying to reverse that.
Yep. And yeah, that's where I studied that too.
Freud's daughter laid, you know.
Yep, exactly. So
that's where he got into trouble.
That's where he got into trouble. Well, I mean, where he really got in trouble was that he took his discovery, and for 20-something years, he had 40,000 people that he did double-blind experiments on to cure them of everything, you know, cancer, emotional disease, you name it. He dealt with it, and it was such a clear-cut way of unblocking everyone's trauma and neuroses and chemical and physical illness, that the powers that be said, oh, we can't have this. Meaning all he has to do is sit in a cardboard box for 20 minutes and he's healed of everything. Oh, no, we can't have that.
Can't have that.
Right.
Definitely cannot have that.
So that's why he ended up in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania prison.
Yep.
Little old guy. He was like in his 70s when they grabbed him.
Yeah, he died in prison too, I think, right?
Well, he disappeared.
Or like, no, I think when he came out, he died.
No. He actually, Lewisburg was a nasty place, you know, the worst of the worst. And he healed all those people. They thought they would, you know, they put him there and those terrible people would kill this little old man. No, he healed them all, and it freaked them out even worse.
Mm.
And then they put him in, you know, a solitary confinement. Then they took his clothes off. Then they took the windows out, so it was like freezing in there. And then one day they went down and he was gone. He left the building. And so whatever they say happened to him really is, you know, if they don't tell that story, then they're making one. You know, if they said, well, we let him go when he died of old age. No. They went to go check on him. He was gone. So he just.
I'm glad. I like that story better.
Yes, he went to another dimension or whatever he did. I have no idea what the fuck he did.
I'm sure he was able to do something.
Yes, and that was the thing. He didn't let going to that prison bum him out. You know, he went and instead of getting beat up by all those guys, he healed them of what was wrong with them, and they became better people. So, have you ever met any people that went to jail and then came out the other side? Like a good example would be.
I worked for an organization where we were helping guys coming out of prison to get, you know, high school diplomas, jobs, and shit like that.
But did you know any?
I have one client in particular that I was actually thinking about him today.
But like Malcolm X is a great example.
It's a great example.
Because he was like the biggest scumbag, weasel.
Yeah, no, he was a horrible person.
Horrible person. And then he had, enlightenment. God touched him, and he became Malcolm X. That's why he became Malcolm X, you know?
Well, I mean, it was really, if you think about it, a threefold transformation. He was born Malcolm Little, and, he unfortunately became a criminal and a pimp and a very, very bad person, to say the least. And
right.
He admitted it himself. And then he was brought into the Nation of Islam.
Right.
Christened Malcolm X. And then when he went to Mecca,
right,
to the Hajj,
right,
all Muslims are required to do at least once in their lifetime.
Right.
He had taken on the name Malcolm Shabazz.
Right.
So did you want to talk about that's the Trinity right there.
Yeah, that's the Trinity right there. He realized
all these different gates,
right,
become a purer version of himself.
Yep.
And then he was killed. So
right.
It's
and he knew that was going to happen.
Absolutely, I'm sure.
Just like Martin Luther King. Did you ever hear the speech he gave the night before they shot him?
Yeah. He knew he was going.
Right.
Pretty much said it. He said, "I might not get there with you."
Yeah, but yes, exactly. And you should go on YouTube and listen to that whole speech, because he basically takes the human experience historically with him present there. You know, I was here with David. I was there with Jacob. I was there with, he just keeps explaining the path. And here I am with you in this hall, and I'm at the mountaintop, and everyone was feeling great and dancing and happy, and it was all, and he said, and you should listen to that speech. I listened to, do you ever listen to Democracy Now?
I used to.
Well, she's still doing it. Amy's still doing it.
I have a friend who works with them. It's a cameraman.
And
I was trying to get a gig with them, but there was no democracy for me. So
right, that's I knew those guys, and they're okay. It's like everyone else; they have their own little.
Well, it's like the left becomes a religion, the right.
That's exactly. That's what I was going to say. They have their own shtick.
I got to be in my bonnet because I needed the fucking loot. They wouldn't hire me.
Right.
But the truth is, I would have really had to keep my mouth shut.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Because I would just be like, you just founded another religion. You're no better than the people who talk shit about it.
Right, exactly.
But, got to get paid, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
So I have to say that I listen to them periodically on the YouTube, because they're better an outlet of news than CNN. Not much more.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll definitely take them over that.
Right.
Well,
So,
that's the thing. You can be discerning with that shit.
Right.
You just filter out what's bullshit and keep what's relevant.
What's relevant. And so, the people who put that show together are really good at it. And so when they had Martin Luther King's birthday a couple of weeks ago, or Martin Luther King Day, or whatever it is, all they did was play two speeches, right? The speech he gave, and this is the speech that got him killed. He was the good nigger, right? And he got his, Nobel Prize and blah, blah, blah. And then...
Hold on just a second, hold on.
So anyone got any comments? Eddie, you still there? It asks, what did John Boy do? Right now. Well,
sorry about that.
No, nothing. But anyway, so he was, that. And once he got his Nobel Prize, and he tried to do, he thought that would give enough sway, and they just wanted him to be the good nigger. So he kind of went away and thought about it and realized, first of all, that he was really bourgeois. And he was. He grew up on the upper middle class side, his father being a real, number one minister in that town and powerful politically, blah, 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 in the black community. He realized, I just followed my father's footsteps, I did it to make him proud, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm going to, and what he did, he went to Cabrini in Chicago, the worst of the worst housing projects. And he lived in one of those apartments for a year. And, where the rats and the cockroaches and all of that. And and then he started the People's, and he went from there to California, and he got a wagon in Illinois with two big, draft horses. And he just got on the county road, and went to California. And he was like Jesus, gathering people, and then he turned it around and he came back and went to Washington. And it was like 4 or 5 years after the big Washington thing, and this was the People's, and he gave a speech about war and the Vietnam War, and not about, little black people and little white people getting together and just, being known for the bestness of their, no. He was going on about capitalism, about imperialism.
He wanted to create something that was called, I think it was the Poor People's Party,
Yes.
the Workers' Party.
Yes, exactly, right.
Which a lot of people on the right got very scared of because, you say workers, people think communism.
And they...
And I will, to defend some of that mentality. He was, unfortunately, because, and I don't want to sound like, better dead than red kind of guy. However, there was a serious, and continues today, not necessarily from the Kremlin, but there were forces within the Kremlin at that time that wanted to co-opt a lot of these guys to undermine this country.
Right.
And that's very true. And there's evidence to back that up. That's not just being paranoid. So I'm not saying I agree with how the man was killed. Certainly not. But that was the justification.
Well, the bottom line is...
but how much connection he had with those...
he had none. I mean...
I think was none.
Right. Because he knew...
There were within the ranks.
Oh, of course, yes. But, everything is quite well documented. Many people have wrote...
I think people really need to understand that, too. I mean,
well,
that's why
but what that people really have to understand is that between 1870 and 1970... the United States had 12 different political parties.
Correct.
And so between
we have one.
Right, between 1870 and 1950, that was the one period of time when there was the Labor Party, the Workers' Party, the Communist Party, the Socialist Party. There was a party that wasn't called the Black People Party, but it kind of was. And a few others that our politics was more like Israel, meaning, yes, a Democrat or Republican would maybe be president, but within his cabinet would be all these other people because the only way you get anything voted for, because there would be like 3 workers, they got congressmen and 2 senators. And so they had, what is it when you have a coalition? So why we have as much as we do, like a 5-day work week and a 8-hour work day,
sure,
and we have Social Security and all that kind of stuff, is because that was the political realization of the time. And FDR got elected 4 times because he knew how to have those coalitions. You should go see who his vice president was. For 3 of the times. He was like straight up, mystery school guy. He came from Theosophical Society. He was young. He was good looking. He was like JFK before JFK, but even better. Really smart, really on top of it, knew what was going. And that's why they got elected. And he was going to be vice president for the 4th time. And when they went to the convention, they did the switcheroo and stuck Harry Truman in there because FDR ate his gun, or someone stuck it in his mouth and blew his brains out, one or the other. And that was, understood. I don't think FDR knew that, or this other guy, I forget his name, but you should go look at that. And I've told you about Dark Journalist, right?
Yeah, he's still on.
Right. I know, I watch him a good deal, but he has, if you go to his X series, he has this X series, and X 144, well, X 140 to 44 is truly amazing. So if you go on YouTube and go to Dark Journalist and look for X 140 to 144, he covers, because one of the reasons why JFK was whacked was he was going to unearth what was going on with the flying saucer, the UFO thing. And he was going to unearth that the powers that be, had free energy and had abundance and had food for everybody and not needing to have wars. He was going to bring all of that out. And that's why they offed him. because JFK, he was a sick guy his whole fucking life, right? And he only really looked good as president because he was taking every drug known to man, steroids, you name it. He was, taking it because he knew, and that's why he was screwing everything he could, because he knew that he had a limited warranty, And that's why I'm doing this, show here, because after I died in 2014, and I died, 6 other times, but that's when I was told, you're doing a great job. You only got a little more. You only got a little more. You got 11% more to finish up with. So go back down there and do it. And when I came back, man, they were going to roll me in and rip my heart out. And I said, no, fuckheads, I'm dealing with this myself. So I still have to do that every morning I wake up, being here with John. It's like, oh, my God. So I feel everything. But I know that I could keel over right here, right now, but I'm not. Like 2 weeks ago, because of my little went off the wagon with my diet and my homeostasis for Thanksgiving at John's family. And then I went to somebody else and had a really good time for another week. And so when I got back to the deep green, 2 weeks later, it was like 60 degrees below zero. So by about the first week of January, I was fucked up. And again, they wanted to do a quadruple bypass and do other things to me. I said, no. Let us do some. I want a CAT scan. I want, little ultrasound. I want these, I need these blood panels and not just the usual suspects.
No.
And so they did, and they said, oh, well, I guess you're right. You really don't need it. I mean, we could do it still. If you really want it, you'll feel so much better. I said, no, I won't. If you do that, I'll be dead. So I'll live with what I got. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And then my number one doctor resigned.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm having to retrain a whole new set of doctors. That's why I got I've been getting a lot of from different medical entities saying, oh, let us take care of you. It's like, fuck you. But it's pretty fucking amazing that they got a hold of a friend of mine phone number and used, that came up on my phone. I mean, that's how fucked up things. I mean, things are really just getting, off the hook.
Kind of cuckoo.
Yeah, like kind of cuckoo. Yep, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And
But the other side of the coin is
don't know what's gonna happen.
It's same as it ever was. This ain't no more crazy than
the Talking Heads.
Right, than any other time. Same as it ever was.
Same as it ever was.
Yep. So there's 6 of you there. Come on, let's have some thumbs up. And how about good morning, good evening, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob.
Comments?
And let's have some comments. We've been talking about some good shit.
Yeah,
come on.
Talking too much. We want to listen to your comments.
Yeah, come on. Eddie was the last one. Let's have. There's 6 of you there. Let's hear something from you. Come on.
Let's get some shit going on.
Yeah, let's get some shit going on.
Come on now.
Yeah,
I got to threaten the audience?
Oh, yes. 2 of them chickened out, bailed, so now we're down to 4. Come on, you guys.
That effect on people. They want to fucking confront me. They're too scared of themselves.
Yes. That's and
I'm harmless. I really am.
Yes. Otherwise, we're going to bring out Dr. Borg. No. What is Beauregard? Is it Colonel Beauregard?
Beauregard is nothing. He's just he doesn't have a rank.
He doesn't have a rank.
So I am beyond rank.
You are so ranked. You are so ranked that you're beyond.
I might be ranked because I haven't washed my drawers in a while, but that do not mean I am a sergeant at arms, such a thing.
Yeah.
I had no need for any of that sort of a thing at all.
You didn't need a title. You didn't need a title.
No title. When I splash in the pool, it's because I am so rotund as a tidal wave. But that's beside the case. It's all right. I was hoping to get some hair tips from young Jonathan, but apparently he's not available to share that with me. I wanted to know if he was into anal bleaching If you thought about that, I could facilitate.
Oh,
I do have a very delicate sensibility and a delicate touch. So I could give him a hands-on tutorial if you.
So do you shave all of your body hair off?
No, I'm too rotund. I can't really reach.
I can't reach.
I hired somebody to do that for me one time, but then they threatened my precious parts, and I wound up having to fork over $1,000.
Yeah, so
still remain intact. If you catch what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Right now my junk kind of looks like a rabbinical scholar. It has kind of like a beard and the side locks.
You got payos on your junk.
Nose, but I'd show that to Tammy in a heartbeat, I tell you.
Yeah,
Even though I normally practice more homosexuality, but I occasionally, on a whim, will become a heterosexual.
Right.
But
whichever the way the wind blows.
Except if I'm in Israel, then then I'm circumcised. But
And it depends on your size.
I just use the pullback.
Yes, what size? Yes.
But Ariel Sharon. I don't know these people.
Well,
I think Kanye West could help me.
Yes. Did you ever? George Carlin used to have this riff about how fat Americans are.
Yes, he would go off quite a lot about that.
Yes,
when I would watch that, I would quietly withdraw into myself with shame.
And shame,
because he was very accurate.
Oh man, George was like a razor blade, a laser beam.
He could cut to the quick. Yes,
cut to the quick. Yep, he was.
Yes. I was thinking about him today, actually.
Well, there you go. I mean, I keep bringing up things, and it's things you've been thinking about today.
Oh yeah, no, always. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's glad he's not here. On this little plane.
Yeah, well, he put in his.
Well, he did right by the human condition.
Yeah.
I think he did right by people.
Yep.
They left a very good body of work behind.
Yeah.
And, spoke some truth, and and even he knew his place within the global empire.
Yeah, his limitations. Yes, he was very good at that because
and he was very honest. It was like, just because I just told all you fuckers, you're not free, and we had a few laughs, doesn't mean anything's going to change. But I'm gonna continue to do my HBO specials until I shuffle off this mortal coil, or they stop me from doing it.
Well, they didn't have to stop him because he was. See, it's like me. I fit into this category known as the loyal opposition.
Explain to the viewers what that means.
The loyal opposition, a good example of loyal opposition would be Marx and Engels. They were in a German jail, and Mr. Rothschild got them out, brought them to England, put them in a very fine house in the city of London, and paid all their bills until the day they died, and they wrote Das Kapital and a few other books. And so they engineered a political structure called communism and socialism that would fit very nicely in with fascism and capitalism. And so those isms could thrive amongst each other. And so what it would do, it would give the individual a place that they could go silo themselves and feel good. Look, I'm doing this. I'll make the world better by being a communist or a socialist or a capitalist or a fascist, And
it's another option on the menu.
Right, and that's all it was.
The people who are behind the machinations of all this,
right?
Say, "You damn fool! It's the same hamburger."
It's the same hamburger. Yep.
And but that's okay. I like that.
Yes. So that's the loyal opposition, and virtually every element.
It's true. So.
Every element of the opposition, because see. you have to realize that whatever.
All one and the same.
Yes, they're all one and the same, and all the fools who like our politicians, they're the best money can buy, and they're useless pieces of shit. I mean, I saw a lot of shit today.
Much else, I don't even think they could be a bag boy at a grocery.
Right, exactly. And I saw a lot of shit today, and I said,
absolutely no purpose whatsoever.
Boy, that looks like a politician, right?
Well, serve their lizard overlord.
Yes, their lizard overlord. And the lizard overlord has another overlord. Like, what was,
We all got to answer to somebody.
what was that book and then a movie about what's going on? And then at the end, we find that white mice are the ones who are ruling everything. What was that?
Oh, you mean the Douglas Adams, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
You got it. The Hitchhiker. Yep. And that's kind of what I
think about a Douglas Adams often. I was quite enamored with that show. They had it as a well, first it was a radio program.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Then it was a TV show.
I never saw that.
5 episodes, which is fantastic.
I would have liked to have seen that. Is that on YouTube?
Then they made that movie.
Then they made that movie. Yep.
And of course, there were the novels as well.
Well, that started it off.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I mean, actually, it started as a radio show and then a novel.
Oh, really?
Adams.
Oh, whoa.
I never knew that. But
Well, you just edified
Douglas
me.
Adams was very much like me. He was very lazy.
Yep.
And he was like, I'm just going to do this radio show. People were like, you need to make a book. And he got a deal with the publishing company. And he just kept putting it off. And they were like, well, I'm not ready yet. And he, it was a breakout hit for him.
Right. Yep. I remember the radio show. I remember the radio show. That was
and that's the whole trip.
When I was in high school. And that was like the 60s, right?
No, I think it may be
the 70s?
Mid 70s.
Yeah. If it was mid 70s, I guess that's
early 80s, perhaps. It's hard to remember. But I got interested in them. I think when I wasn't even in high school. I was junior high. I think 1983 or something. That's when it aired on TV. But
right. I missed that. So do you? It would be on YouTube, you think?
Yeah, there was.
Okay, I'll have to check that because I didn't know. I didn't know was it on a network or where was it?
Well, the first time I saw it here in these United States was on public television.
Oh, okay.
So it was, but I believe it was a BBC production.
Yeah. Gotcha.
But fans of of Douglas Adams, the novels, the shows, they put stuff on YouTube, and then probably gets taken down, copyright problem or whatever, and then somebody puts it back up again. But I think I remember seeing it. Nothing. I happen to own I had VHS copies of it, and I put it to a DVD, and then from the DVD I put to a hard drive.
Right.
A separate hard drive. So I have all that shit.
Did you ever
I think about posting stuff like that, but I don't want to get in any strikes from these.
Right.
YouTube
Did you ever
guys.
see the movie Hitchhike? No, not Hitchhike. Time Bandits.
Oh my goodness, yes I did. I saw it when it came out when I was a child.
Yep.
Incredible movie.
Oh yeah.
Brings a tear to my eye. I even had the comic book of it too.
Oh, that was a comic book?
Fantastic.
Oh yeah. I thought that was
fantastic. That's Terry Gilliam directed that.
Yep. And
he also did Brazil.
He did Brazil.
Well, Brookies.
Someone said, "Man, you got to go see this movie, Brazil. Robert De Niro's playing you in the future."
Oh, that's one of the peanut galleries.
Yeah, no, Robert De Niro.
I can see how that would kind of.
He was the guy who fixed your plumbing and your electric.
Right, and he was off the grid.
He was off the grid.
He wasn't a government contractor.
Right, and that was me. I was living in Soho, and all of those big factory buildings that became the artist things, and then the lawyers' lofts. All those buildings had DC in them, right? And they were hooked off of the DC that was in the subway, so that's why they never got changed. And then they added AC when AC became the thing. But the DC was still there. The wires and the power was still there because they didn't want to turn off the subways. And I basically would go up there and
siphoned off a little bit of electric there.
Yes, and had a rectifier to turn it into AC.
Yeah, and you converted it.
Yes, I converted it, and
DC
so
to AC.
that was one of my gigs. And
You used to wear jeans and then you wore a dress.
yes, yep, and then evening gowns.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
there was a band back in the day in the 70s. They were called the Sweets.
I remember them.
They had a song called AC/DC.
AC/DC.
About changing from one gender to another.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. This was back in the 70s when.
And then when the band AC/DC,
I'm feeling kind of funny in my pants just recounting that.
right, and when AC/DC, the band came out, they didn't really have a sense of what that was about.
Right. They were like, oh, hey guys, and they were like, oh, we didn't know that. We thought it was, electric, and we're rock, and we're electric.
Right.
And they said we got the idea from our mother's electric sewing machine.
Yeah, right,
exactly.
exactly.
On the bottom of it.
Right.
And people are like, well, that means, going switch hitter.
Yeah, switch hitter, right,
And
exactly.
they were like, well, it's too late now. It's our name, and we're going to just more or less kind of ignore that. And
Right.
just carry on.
Go along with it. Yep.
And they did, and
Yeah.
they did quite well. One of my favorite rock groups of all time, AC/DC.
How about
I
Bachman?
prefer the Bon Scott period myself.
How about Bachman Turner Overdrive?
Bachman Turner Overdrive, taking care of business. They were from Canada. That's about all everyone knows about them.
I was their TD on one tour.
TD, technical director.
Yep. And I was maybe I was working for Bob Goddard, who owned Joshua Light Show and Pig Lights. The Pig Lights was the road company, and he said, "I want you to be the TD for these guys." And
technical director.
yeah,
That is.
and I had to do
Not
fucking.
technical doctor.
No.
Although you are a double
I am
doctor.
a double doctor.
I don't have to
Yes,
say this twice.
right. But
Where's Tammy?
so she's not here.
Where's Tammy? Goddammit!
She went out for cigarettes.
Oh my goodness! She said that to me 6 years ago.
Yeah, I'm going out for cigarettes.
Yeah, I'm going out for cigarettes.
Never came back. And she took your car keys.
Fucking B.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Yeah. So
And she taunts me with her hindquarters. God damn it.
so I when
Tammy, I miss you.
one of the
Come on,
I liked the Bachman Turner. They had a good sound. I liked them.
Yeah. Did they have that song? You ain't seen nothing yet. Or is that somebody else?
Yep. So
That is
one
Bachman
reason
Turner.
why I got sent on the road with these guys was that I
They
was
drink Labatt's beer because that's from Canada.
yes I was
It's also
playing
very
around.
terrible.
I started my video playing around with Captain Louis, and
Captain Albano.
right, and
Right.
and Bob would do at the Fillmore. He had overhead projectors, and he'd have a piece of glass, and we'd have colored oil, and we'd just kind of jiggle it around and project it onto the stage, right?
Oh my goodness.
And it would give that
A lot
kind
of
of
jiggling under heads, huh?
yes, it would give that kind of
Hey, what happened?
that LSD kind of
Now.
thing experience.
Did you hear that? That was kind of crazy.
Yes, and so we took it one step further and used the overhead projector with TV sets, right?
Right.
And so we would, I
To
had,
put the TV on top of the screen.
right, exactly.
Overhead, and then
Yep.
when you projected it out, it was all distorted.
Yes, and I would sit these kind of security cameras on the stage. I mean, no cameraman, just lots of them. And I'd have a real simple switcher,
Overdrive.
and I was like a monkey because I had to switch the video and the lighting and make sure the sound. I mean, they didn't have. We had
The
two.
technical director
Yes,
does,
I had to
man.
do all of that shit,
You were doing a one
and they had three.
more like a one-man band.
Yes, they had three ladies. And those guys would get so stoned, I couldn't get. I mean, they would, lift the shit and move the shit and run the cables, but to get it plugged or get it to work or to run the show.
Anyone from Bachman Turner Overdrives, listen.
Okay.
You need to help Bob, our Bob out here.
Yeah.
He's living with a redneck and he dyes his hair and he needs help. So Bachman, please, send him a few dollars. Patreon, PayPal.
PayPal. I haven't set up my Patreon yet, but
Okay, PayPal.
PayPal.
So
And
Bachman,
that is
please,
Dude
whoever-
Awake
or even if you're a
42.
fan of Bachman Turner,
Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. Dude 42. The Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. The Dude
that's your
Awake 42.
PayPal.
That's my PayPal. Yep.
All right, yeah, send him something because you know, I mean, you see where he's living.
I'm down to $16.
Please, it's only down to $16. I ain't even getting paid for this, so
Yes.
you know, please.
Yes.
I mean, Jerry Lewis is going to be resurrected to kind of.
And you know, that's the other thing, kids. Come on, subscribe. Some more thumbs up.
Like and subscribe, and you get to hear more of my nonsense.
And how about somebody to make? I mean, it's been an hour since Eddie made the comment.
Yeah.
The last
Eddie.
comment was, "What did John do now?" You know, so there's got to be more interesting conversation.
I mean, God damn it, we gave you so many topics
Yes.
from the menu
Right.
to choose from. I mean, you can even just be like, "Who is this guy coming on a show thinking like he's running everything?"
Yeah. Right.
You know, do something. God damn it,
Yeah.
man.
Come
Wake
on.
up.
Jump in here. You got to be the decider, you guys.
Man, this isn't just like a painting on the wall or
No.
something. It's real people, real flesh and blood
Yep,
human
yep.
beings
Yep.
having an experience in life and want to share it with you.
Yes. So come on.
So come on now.
There's 6 of you there. I know there's
Come on
6 of you
now.
on the
Yeah,
chat.
even
And
if
there's,
you don't have to loot, just talk some shit back to us. I don't give a goddamn. Come on now.
come on. Yeah. But that's like
My delicate nature has gotten me. I'm very riled up now.
he's riled up. He's riled up, folks.
I'm hurt.
Yep. Yep.
How dare you?
Yeah.
You've hurt my delicate southern sensibilities.
Yes. Beauregard
The
is.
only way to make it up to me
Yeah,
is to say
Beauregard is-
something nice.
Yep. Yep.
Or bad, I don't care, but
Yep.
you need to talk to me.
Yep.
I'm bereft.
Beauregard, I have a question for you.
Certainly, sir. How may I address you?
I was talking to a friend of mine. His wife has gotten issues with heavy metals in her, right?
Heavy metals.
Back in the
Okay.
day, there was a
Young
process
Simmons.
that
Anyway, never
that
mind.
took the heavy metals out of your body.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about that? What it was called?
Oh, not a clue.
Not a
I'm
clue.
sorry, sir. The only heavy metal I know is rock groups. I don't know. I mean, I know of which metal you're talking about, like
right.
strontium or some kind of stuff like
Lead,
that.
strontium, argon.
That gets into people through water.
Well, back in the
contaminated water.
when this process was invented.
Oh, when we get there with the chemtrails,
Right,
that brings people into their lungs,
Right. Yeah, that's what you're. Yes, that's what you got, Beauregard.
Myself, God
Yes.
damn it.
Yep. Yep.
But no, I don't know that process. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's right on the tip of my
But why
tongue.
don't one of the 6 people look it up online? And tell
Yeah,
us
come
what
on,
the
you
goddamn
guys.
process
Yes. Now there's
is?
7.
Get to work, man. Come on.
And
do something.
there's 4 thumbs up and 7 people. How about 3 of you throwing a thumbs up?
Yeah, well, put the thumb. You can put the thumb up your ass, man.
Yeah, right.
Oh, come on, type something.
Or
goddamn it.
any other orifice you might have. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Suck a thumb, do whatever,
It
but
would
write something.
Exactly. Yes.
Right, suck somebody else's thumb.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
Yep,
do
yep.
something.
Do
God
something.
damn.
Yeah, do something.
All this technology at our fingertips, nobody want to communicate.
Yes.
Now, you know the world's going to hell in a handbasket. At least so that you can go to sleep at night. You
Right.
can say, "Well, I contributed to something positive."
Right. Something positive. Yeah. I told my story.
You know what I'm saying? Come on
Yeah.
now.
Come on, Eddie. If you're still there, say something.
Yeah. Now that I've insulted your audience,
Yes. Well, that's okay.
well, if they have hurt feelings, well,
Right.
I don't know what to tell you. That was going to be the name of my podcast.
What's that? Hurt feelings that I don't care?
No, it's called Hurt Feelings, Lost Wages.
Okay. Yeah. I can see that. That almost describes every
That
American.
sounds like my business career.
Right.
I hurt some feelings and I lost the wages.
Yep. Well,
Well,
I was always very blessed. I never was employed. I was just contracted.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
could
you can contact them from lethal. I
I
don't
could
know.
be strange and they'd still pay me.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, that was good.
As long as they didn't let you lick the utensils, you're all right.
Yep. And
Don't let
then
'em
the
get
sad
food.
thing is, after I died, and it took me about 4 years to get back to a place where, I looked at my little black book and said, I'll call up some of my clientele, see if they got a project for me. I called them all up, and I was replaced by an app.
Replaced by an app.
Yep.
And what was the app called?
I have no idea, but
that's not a good name for an app. I have no idea.
I have no idea.
But then again, we're back to the topic of the show.
Yeah, right. And what comes around goes around. We just keep
comes around, goes around, and if you go past the international time zone.
Yeah, you could
go one way.
Lana is probably, totally asleep because she would. Yeah. And that's another thing. My stupid phone, it's like WhatsApp was, taken away by Google. And now I can't use it unless I give them permission to do whatever the frick they want to do with whatever.
Well, listen, Double Doctor, I'm going to have to go now.
Oh, you going to split?
Yes, sir. I have to go. My meal is waiting. It's getting cold.
Oh, yeah. I don't want it to get cold. So, bon appetit. What are you going to have for
appetit? And tell John I said hello. And don't be so afraid. You can talk to me. I ain't going to hurt you.
Yep. Exactly.
I love the hair dye, and, we can bleach each other one day.
And shave each other's body.
Your parents know, though. They might get upset because I'm not Christian.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Take care of yourself. All right, Double Doctor. I love you a lot.
Okay, I'll speak to you later.
God damn. All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay. So, there we go. That boy's going. Let's try somebody else. How much? Oh, we still got enough juice. Let's see. There we go. Let's see what Miss Allie has. The amazing girl. The tag. The amazing girl. Let's see what she has to say. Let's see. See what time is it here? It's 8:30. So it's about 5 something. No.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that is.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Hey, honey bun. I'm doing a live chat. If you pick this up, maybe give me a call. Okay. Love you. There we go. Yep, she got it. Okay, let's try somebody else. Let's see. Oh, let's see if Miss Polly is around. Sweetie. Let's see what my sweetie. There's still 6 of you hanging in there. Hey, sweetie, here I am in Roanoke, and I'm at John's, and he's wanting to throw me out again. So, and I sleep in a corner for a day or two until I get myself in shape. Anyway, that's just wondering what you're up to. So, I'll talk to you later. I'm here now, our strategic planning we could do. So anyway, talk to you later. I thought I was going to be able to stay here longer, but he's like losing his shit. Man, he always does. So anyway, talk to you later. Anyway, so, oh man. The thing about falling down a staircase and not dying or breaking stuff, as the hours go by, you get sorer and sorer. But the real deal, so there's a Gaelic thing that's the only sore that's the only thing I suffered. It was like a road rash, at my age and with my aplastic anemia, my nice supple skin, it still looks pretty good, but it's like, paper. It tears pretty easily. Getting off this couch is tough. Let's see, let's put it this way. You can laugh at me getting up, or, oh my God, he fell down again. Okay. And, I have to get up and walk around at least every 20 minutes. I was sitting there for almost an hour, so I have to stretch a little bit. I pulled these muscles right here because instead of falling and breaking something, I did a turn to the point where I rolled down the stairs rather than, fell down the stairs. Anyway, so come on, guys, make some comments while I'm meditating here. Fill me in on what you're thinking, and then I'll make some comments. I mean, that's what I'm good for. Give you perspective, insight. Oh man. Oh, my pectoral muscles. Ouch. But if I really hurt something, I would be black and blue, but I'm not. But I was truly amazed to, I slipped on this piece of moss. And it was raining, so I should have been more careful. But woo! And I was like heading off the cliff, and there were big rocks everywhere, and I just kind of turned my body sideways and landed on the flattest part I could that had no rocks, and I did it, and I didn't die doing it. So that was a good, all my training 70 years, no, not 70, 60 years ago, maybe 58 years ago, I basically was still in my muscles. I mean, that's why they hurt, because they snapped too. Did you ever see that scene when Yoda is fighting the Emperor, and here's this little guy with his cane, he kind of hobbles up, and then he's like, whee! That's kind of how I was. Oh, man. But it's sore. So after cleaning John's shit up all day, well, not all day, I mean, I was really, quite, pretty much I was on top of it. Even though that guy cleaned all the pipes out, the system is so fucked up that it's still fucked up. The other interesting thing is, I don't know, let's see if you can see this. So here's the bathroom. So I dragged this stainless steel sink around with me for 20 years, from New York City to Ithaca to here. And he dragged it out of the storage space and put it in. This is a good place for it to end up. I don't know how they got it through that door, but they did. But anyway, the real interesting thing is, I don't know if you can see this. So John painted this floor, which is kind of interesting. But here is, I built this shower, right? And here's a bit of my tile work, right? So anyway, the building is actually coming off. It has no real foundation. It's a gigantic building, and it's on top of a mountain, and the mountain is sliding down the hill. So a good chunk of this. So this is one of the support walls down in the crawl space, and this is a good 2 inches below this. So this building could snap and go down the hill. I hope John sells this place before then. So here's his floor. And so, so these guys poured this concrete, and there was no real, they didn't like have it go any which way. But
That's not true.
what? What's not true?
You just opened up the shower and let more water on it.
No, I didn't. No, there was no water. There's no water.
I have to cut a little piece of the tube
Right there.
of the plywood. I have to cut a piece of this plywood out and put a new piece of plywood. The foundation is stronger than any house on earth I've ever seen in my life.
You're right, John. Very question.
Why
Right.
would you tell your audience that?
I just made it up.
This is a little piece of 2-foot by 8-foot plywood that you cut out with something, and take it off and put it back on.
Okay,
and
well,
match it with the floor joist.
Yep.
And it goes right back on the floor.
I'm just giving them the that was one of my tile jobs. Yep.
So this is like that because I have to put a piece of plywood in.
So John, here, let me show you something.
If you want to actually help with something, you can get 2 pieces of 4x4 plywood.
I don't know if I
4x8 won't fit in your car.
I don't think so, but here, I just want to show you this. See how messed up this is in here? I have this stuff that will go over these wires to insulate them, and the ground. Why this doesn't work? There is no ground. There is no neutral. So I had to figure out where the neutral is. The white wire. I mean, the white wire is in there, but why between this box and that box, and I have to figure out why. The hot is there, but the neutral isn't. So. That makes it a little more difficult. It's not just a new switch. So John, I can get out of here by Friday and fix all this stuff. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll do that. Tomorrow I'm gonna go down.
Friday and Saturday it may be cold, but it may not be.
Yeah, who knows? But by Friday I can finish this. I'm not thinking about where I'm going to go. I'm thinking about wanting to finish this stuff.
Are you going to stay somewhere to go?
Oh, I have somebody else to go stay with. There's always another friend I can stay without. So that's kind of what it is. Okay, well, that's not even what I want to do is just fix this stuff for you so it works,
I know how to fix it, but I can find myself.
No, not the floor. I can't do that. I'm too old for that. This kind of work is not in my skill set anymore. I'm like too fucking old.
I'm so tired of working on this house.
Right. Oh, don't work on it. I mean, just sell it. Just put it
But
on
my
the
dad knows about this.
big fucking deal.
He had something. I don't know.
Big fucking deal. Who cares?
It's like he wants me to keep working on it.
Well, fuck it. Just sell it and move on. That's all you got to do is sell it and move on. So did you listen to Beauregard?
Who's Beauregard?
The guy I was talking to on the phone.
Oh, kind of. I couldn't tell if he was from the north or from the south.
He was acting. He's from New York. He's from New York. He has a total New York accent. He's a musician. He's a rock star from the 70s. He was a punk musician.
Oh, that's good.
And he got pretty successful until he got into heroin. He took a side bend on heroin for about 10 years.
That's awful.
Well, he survived it,
I
and
never want to do any of
he
it.
survived it and got
I'm aware of what there's.
and got into.
Doesn't do it anymore.
No, yeah, he 10 years ago, and so he's got on 12-step, and he got into therapy, and he dealt with all his demons, and he became a shrink himself, and that's what he does now. But he still has a band; he still plays. And living in New York, there's a ton of places you can play. You know what I mean? So he has a bunch of guys, and they're all younger than he is, and so he sings, he writes the tunes and he sings, and he's got a guitarist, a bassist, a drummer, and a keyboard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I bet they have YouTube videos.
Oh, yeah, he's got a bunch. Yeah. If you go look at Martyred Artist.
Oh, he's Martyred Artist? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know. I shouldn't have gotten angry in the video, like I was acting like I didn't like it here.
John,
This house is different, but I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I just want to leave.
Just leave. Sell it. Just put it on the market and sell
My
it.
dad will say something about that.
Fuck him. Fuck
the real estate agent.
No, it doesn't matter. Because whoever buys this place,
Are you
John.
going to Lowe's tomorrow?
Yeah.
Can you get 2 4x4 pieces of plywood or a bunch of 2x2 pieces of
How many 2x2s?
Like 4 of them?
8 foot long?
Yeah, like 8. It needs an 8x2.
I can do that. 2x2s, I can do that. Plywood, no. There's nothing. See, the problem with my car, I have a rack.
How do I put plywood as the ground?
I don't know. I told
How
you.
do I get a piece of plywood to this house without a truck?
Well, get Lowe's to bring it up to you. They're like Kroger's.
Can you deliver it?
Yeah, they'll deliver you anything.
Well, they have these huge trucks, and they'll just
They have different size trucks, John.
They'll leave it at the bottom.
No, they'll bring it all the way up here.
I don't know.
I know they will. I had them bring shit up here. They have different size trucks. I mean, look, those guys take it to building sites that are worse
Why
than.
is my dad trying to keep me here continually working?
Fuck him! Don't let it bother. Don't let it.
Please don't be mean to him.
I'm not being mean to him. I'm just telling
you.
you.
Stay in this town hiding, doing.
You go to California. That's where you gotta go. Go where your heart wants you to go. Don't stay here for the rest of your life. Don't stay in this house by yourself. Sell it. Get out. Go.
Yeah. But as of now, I'm not doing the things that I want right now. I have to work on this house. I'm like,
Well, then,
a little heavier. I don't feel.
John, isn't there anything like? I'm
not that bad. I look okay.
You look great.
Yeah, I look great right now.
Right. You look fine.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, why do I write those novels? No one's going to read them. No one's going to publish them. They may one day, could be. I don't know. I write because I enjoy to write. That's the only reason I write, is because I enjoy doing it. So do something that you enjoy doing, that you don't have to monetize.
Actually, I can't even tell you what it is because you don't agree with it.
No, John, I want you to do whatever the heck you want to do. I agree with all of what you want to do.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go upstairs.
Okay, buddy, no problem. I'm going to go off early tomorrow. Like, I don't know if you'll be, I won't make breakfast.
Is there some way you can get them to cut a 2x8 piece of plywood?
In what shape?
Like 3/4 inch?
I don't understand. No.
Like a 2x8 instead of a 4x8 piece of plywood.
Oh, you mean have them slice it in half that way?
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. That would probably cost, a 3/4 inch piece of plywood cut would probably cost at least $30 a sheet.
Maybe I have one here.
Yeah, you might have one. I can get to 2x2s a lot easier.
No, I don't have.
Okay. So
You can get 2x2s?
2x2, yeah, I can. That I can carry on my car.
Does
But
it have 2x2 plywood?
oh no, I thought you were talking about 2x2, like a.
No, 2 foot by 2 foot piece of plywood.
No. Again, call them up order it, bring them up here. I mean, give them your address. They can look at it in Google Earth and see what kind of road it is. You know what I mean?
I don't know if they have a truck small enough.
Oh, they do. Like I said, I've had them brought shit up here back when I bought this thing in 2003, back before Google and all that shit. So no, they'll bring it up here. They'll charge you for it, but
drove an 18-wheeler.
No. You don't need it. They have all different sized trucks. They don't have gigantic trucks. Just they have smaller ones that will get it up here.
I'll just deliver it and let them leave it at the bottom of the hill, and I can tie it, put it on the top of the car.
Or why don't you just have
I don't want to do it, and I'm saying all these anxiety words I'm not even supposed to.
Okay, then don't say it. Go without anxiety. Don't talk about this anymore. Don't talk about it anymore. Okay, I'll see you later. Whoops. Anyway, oh man. Like I said, it's amazing I'm alive. I just took a header off. I could have really be dead right now, right? And that's life. You could be dead right now, all of you, right? Anybody say anything? No. Still stuck with Ed's last words an hour and a half ago. Where's? Here they are. Let's see. Nothing else to say? KB is gone crazy. I don't think so. It's more to do with body chemistry. Most of our emotions are, up to your body chemistry, right? So watch what you eat, watch what you drink, watch what you breathe, right? There's only 2 of you left. It's 5 thumbs up. That's good. Some brave soul stuck something up there. How about some comments on the comment page? And again, something the old PayPal would be great. That's the dudewake42@gmail, dudewake42@gmail, dudewake42@gmail. You want to get a hold of me at my email, just do that. Anyway, I have to straighten up. I was sitting to be like a pretzel there. See, if you straighten your back up, you'll live longer, right? You'll feel better, right? I was starting to look like that just a moment ago. He's coming back down. Anyway. What's up, buddy?
Can you just get one 4x4 piece of plywood?
If I can, I will. But I would say 90% no.
$200.
Well, okay, we'll see what we can do. But the other side of the coin is, why don't we ask Tim? He has a nice big pickup truck. He would do it for you. I mean, you're not going to do that tomorrow,
I can just drive there and try to put it in my car now.
Well, not now, tomorrow. You're going to want to do it, and they're closed. They're closed.
I'm going to go upstairs.
I don't know what is her name?
I don't know.
No, the radio. What do I say? Not Siri. What's her? This thing just started playing.
Nella nebbia ci so stare già benissimo. Il cuore gira lenta ma non sono pronto a dirlo. Vorrei vedere
hockey puck just started. It's always listening. Alexa, what is that you're playing?
This is Lava by Critical and 90.
Ma quanto manca per stare bene con me stesso e lasciare andare tutto quello che mi uccide e che mi fa male. Ho scritto troppe canzoni ed ho fatto l'alba. Scusa se torno domani ma oggi non basta per stare bene con me stesso e lasciare andare tutto quello che mi uccide e che mi fa male.
Alexa, stop.
Being cold.
So that's, I don't even, whoever the heck that was, I have no idea. I don't know how Alexa picked that out. She must like that music. But man, no matter, Alexa, what time is it?
It's 8:46 p.m.
What day is it? Alexa, what day is it?
It's Monday, January 30th.
Alexa, what's going on in the Russian-Ukraine?
Here's the news
What?
from The Economist podcasts.
It's Monday, the 30th of January, 2023. I'm Kenneth Cukier, The Economist's Deputy Executive Editor. And welcome to Editor's Picks, where you can hear 3 highlights from the weekly edition of The Economist read aloud.
Oh my God!
Our cover story this week looks at Goldman Sachs. The firm, famed for its swagger, has started to sag. It has given up on a plan to build a big consumer bank. It's booked one of its worst quarterly results for
Alexa, stop. Economy, anything you see in media, in the world around us, any of that, it's just part of the illusion, part of the hoax, part of don't believe a word I say. Don't believe a word I say. I'm going to have to go relatively soon. So this was kind of yummy. Kefir, right? Cup. Kefir into cup. Then seltzer. And this is black cherry seltzer. Yummy. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, we got plenty of juice. We got at least another 3 hours. Who else can we call? I'm back. Let's see what Rev has to say. Oh, man. Hey there, Rev. This is your Al Bob. I fell down off a cliff today. I was here at John's helping him get his act. His whole septic system was clogged. I had a guy, really amazing guy. He instead of the rotor-rooter thing, he had a super jet engined water stream that he could bring down a pipe. Had a little fiber optics camera on it so he could see what he was doing with a light on it, and he could blow the crap away. And it was about 20 tons of toilet paper stuck in 5 miles worth of septic line. Pretty amazing. And the guy who built this school was so insane, cheap. Instead of getting chunks of PVC, he found galvanized pipe and put them together with like gum tape, and
So as long as the shit's flowing easily, it doesn't really leak that much. But having super duper jet engine water through it, it was shooting out every which way. And it was shit and millions of tons of soggy toilet paper with Cheerios and burritos. And anyway, it was interesting. And so we were out looking for the lines outside, and I slipped on some moss and whee! And, I could have really broken myself up into pieces, but my keto training of 50 years ago, my muscles still have it in them. And he said, the guy was like, I can't believe it, man. You were like zipping around in 5 different directions at once, and you just kind of rolled down, and you missed all those rocks, and I thought you were going to die, and I thought your head was going to hit that boulder, and my body kind of, did its thing without me even thinking about it. But right now, all my muscles are like, ouch, because I was moving in about 14 different directions at once. Anyway, so that's where we're at. And hopefully I'm gonna figure out what's next. I spent a nice week and a few days in Asheville and saw old friends. And, the secret to anything is continuity. So here you are, being the lucky guy, and you put yourself in a place of continuity, in being the lucky guy, being dad, being husband, boy, all of the above, and so that's why you're going to have an amazing the rest of your life. You're going to see your son grow up and be a great whatever he's going to be great at, and you're going to see him have children, and you're going to have quite the amazing life, because you already have, right? Just keep following that path that you're on, and no matter where I'm at, I'm always watching out for you. And oh man, one thing surviving death from imminent catastrophe is going. Okay, I'll press 1. Okay, who else can we talk to? Do. Cool, man.
Your call has been forwarded.
Oh, hey, cool man. How you doing, buddy? I haven't talked to you in a while, so I'd drop your phone. I'm on the dreamy dreamland. Thought you'd be a
call-in guest. Anyway, talk to you later. Let's see. Oh, let's give that guy a call. This is one of my students. He became I used to be minister of fun. I ordained him. He must be at work. He's a bartender. Okay, he's not picking up, so we'll leave him at that.
Your call has been.
Has been. Oh, Dave. That's what Dave has to say.
Your call has been forwarded to an.
He went straight to it. No in between. Let's see what GB has to say. Oh, I'm live on the Dreamy Dreamland show.
Yeah, I just got back.
Oh, okay.
I'm sitting down, making dinner.
Okay.
I'm happy to hear your voice.
Yep. Ditto.
I'll tell you this.
Tell me.
Are you live on? Am I live on you?
Yep. You're talking to the millions of people out there in the World Wide Web.
The Tucson Gem and Mineral Show is an international market. And because the gem and jewelry market around the world is made up of 6,000 small businesses instead of 6 giant conglomerates.
Right.
It's really an incredible family business, and it is the thing on earth that is most like the Silk Road from Marco Polo's day.
Oh.
People talking dozens of languages, and the trick is transferring minerals and crystals and gems and jewels and beautiful artwork in the form of jewelry around the world. And it's a great example of a business scene that is incredibly non-sexist and incredibly non-racist. And there aren't a lot of those.
No, there aren't a lot of those.
And this is a great opportunity for people to experience people on a very human, personal, collegial level. And at the same time, it's business, it's profitable, and it's full of art.
Right. So what, other than the Tucson show, what other shows do you go to?
Nothing. That's it. Everything else. The Tucson show is sort of the Super Bowl of gem shows. It's the Indy 500 of gem shows. Okay. There's nothing like it on earth. And it's very beautiful. It's fun.
Would you say that's one of the things that brought you into that business?
It is. It is. When Jonny and I came out to Tucson, Jonny Freedom and I came out to Tucson to fight this court case in 1980.
I remember
85, 86.
Is that when that started in this?
Yeah. We got in this auto wreck.
Right.
We got in this auto wreck, and Jonny, I had to come back 8 months later to get the pins taken out.
Right. I remember. I was there.
You came with us.
Yes.
We got thrown out of the restaurant.
Yes.
We drank so many margaritas.
Exactly.
They said, you're done.
Yes, that was
never heard of such a thing.
That was my. I was administering healing through margaritas.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Bacchus was like that too.
Yeah.
And the thing was that we visited a friend when we came out, Dale.
Right.
And Dennis and Daniel, who had a little booth, and they directed us around, and we had a lot of fun. And in that same year, I found some pieces of chrysocolla, and I put 2 and 3 together and began it as an avocation, and it turned into a lifelong business.
Yeah. You've been doing it since then. Yes.
Ever since then, I've been coming back. I first came here in 87. With a little booth on the side, and now I have a booth that is front and center in the middle of it. But as I tell people, I do the gem and mineral business so that I am able
to do the things that I'm incredibly passionate about that pay no money.
That pay no money. Yep.
The children's gardening program, the living theater, the rainbow farm, the rainbow gatherings, all these other things that I participate in that essentially pay me nothing.
Right.
But I'm able to do them because I have a business I don't hate, that I can work on and have fun with and make enough money to free up my time.
Right.
So that I can work with the living theater, so that I can work with children's gardening. And I suggest this to everybody and everybody who's listening.
Yep.
Find something you can do that you don't hate, and then use that to free up your time to do the things that you are truly passionate about, because the things people are truly passionate about in this world are not the paid jobs. They're the things that help others. They're the things that heal the earth, that heal other people, that help heal the planet by doing one good deed at a time.
Yep. Well, and doing it conscious intently.
Sure, there's a lot of discussion here at the Gem Show about fair trade and, on some of the big
economic
projects,
economic issues.
On some of the big gemstone and jewelry projects. They're so big, they're so corporate, they're so massive that you have very little control. But on the specialty things, individual vendors like myself and purveyors of stones can have a lot of influence. We're working on an aquamarine project in Mozambique right now. And the aquamarines that are being dug out of the hillside and then cut and then sold, the money that's coming back to these people in Mozambique is supporting 30 villages. And the chiefs and chieftesses of the villages are steering that money into agriculture. They're steering it into agricultural equipment. They're steering it into seeds. They're steering it into water systems. They're steering it into storage. They're steering it into refrigeration. None of this could happen if you were trying to make it happen one bean row or one corn row at a time. But you got a hole in the side of a mountain that we can dig out aquamarines, and people like me can have them cut and sell them at the Tucson Gem Show. Then these people can have an irrigation system, and these people can have refrigeration, and these people can have this 30 villages of about 50 people each. That's 1,500 people benefiting agriculturally from the aquamarines, because the aquamarines, all that it's a nice business and it's fun and it's beautiful, it's not necessary like food and water and energy. It's a luxury item, essentially, even if it's, a minor luxury. It's a luxury item. It's discretionary income. And that kind of income can change the lives of 1,000 villagers. And we're trying to do that. And every so often, we get it right.
So my real interesting question is, all the stuff that's been going on since 9/11 has really been a dreidel, a top, sending us up to becoming aware that the economic system, the environmental system, the technological system that we have is actually Stone Age in mentality. And we live on a planet of abundance. And what you're talking about with the aquamarine and fair trade that's the essence of everyone getting what they need, whereas the corporate entity steals. I mean, a good example is Nigeria with oil, right? Those people should be fine, but they're dying and they're poor as dirt because
all the money is going to the top 1% instead of to the bottom
everybody.
50%.
Right.
The bottom everybody.
Right.
And so, we can't control all of that, certainly not with the oil companies, but there are certain things we can do. So my advice is to everybody, do what you can that moves things in the right direction, an inch at a time.
Right.
Because if enough of us move an inch, we'll move
the mountain. We'll move the world.
Worldwide.
Yes, right. We'll move the world. And if we don't, the world will move us.
You got that right. I'm going to jump ship because they're cooking a dinner here and I need to be helpful.
Okay.
Owl, it's so great to talk to you and be on your blog.
Yep.
Be on your show. Thank you for calling me.
Yep.
Peace and love to everybody out there.
Are you back home yet, or are you still in Tucson?
Oh, I'm still in Tucson. I'm only a third of the way through the show.
Oh, so like in about 2 weeks, I'll give you another buzz.
Perfect. Okay, everybody. Bye for now.
Yep. Okay. So that's my buddy Garrick Beck, the son of Judith Molina and Julian Beck of the Living Theater. And they're both dead, and he's carrying it on. And that's, I've known Garrick almost 50 years, and give or take. And Jonny, that we was talking about in that crash, she went to a rainbow thing, and someone picked her up at the airport, and they had a flat tire, and they lost the lug nuts, and they only had one lug nut on, and they're going down the highway at 70, and that sucker snapped, and the wheel flew off, and she was in the back of a van, and it went like this down the road, and the big van door opened. She flew out, the van door closed on her leg, and as it flipped over, Jonny was being turned into guava jelly. And the only reason she survived was that this happened where the Air Force has its flying aces. And those guys, in super duper fighter planes, are playing Top Gun and smash into each other and smash into mountains. And then they pass these guys back together. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of a halo, but that's this metal circle where they drill these things to hold you together, right? And Jonny was like an accordion. She had about 20 of these things on her, 4 or 5 on each limb, and about 12 of them on her torso, and about 3 of them on her head. Anyway, so she was there for a while, and she can be a kind of, I don't know what the obstreperous or annoying or however you want to put it. And she was driving the guys in the hospital crazy. And so Garrick calls me and DB up, and we jump on an airplane. And this is when I was at the height of my healing practice. And so I showed up, and we went and saw her. Hey, Jonny. And she's like in a bed, and she's like, everything is like on she's got all these rods in her body, all of these halos, and she's like a marionette. She's being kept in a singular position by pulleys and ropes and weights, and it's really Rube Goldberg. I'm looking at this, and she's like, like I said, she can be that on a good day, and being like that for the last month. I'm not a happy girl, and so I went off and talked to her doctors, right? And they said, "Oh, you're the specialist that was supposed to arrive. So where'd you go?" I said, "Well, Johns Hopkins and MIT, and and gave a whole bunch of schools that I had, and I studied with this person. I was, at the VA, and they were going, 'Oh, wow. So what degrees you have?' And I said, 0. I said, the word degree, matriculation it means nothing. Having a degree is understanding through experience, and that's what I have. And I explained to them what I did, and I said, this is what I want to do to her with you, who are going to be teams at this. You already got her all rigged up this way. I don't want to upset any of that. Let's go look at the x-rays. And so I could read x-rays, and they were like impressed by that. And so anyway, I did my little, crystals and adjustments and acupuncture and herbs. And to the point where her muscular came back. And so it started to support her skeletal. So she, didn't need all the Rube Goldberg. And so I said, oh, wow, this is pretty amazing. She's like, in the 4 days that you worked on her, she has come along like what we would think 2 months would have needed in the device. I said, so I think it's time that we take her out of that, right? And so, as Garrick alluded, they took the halos out and they took the rods out, but the pins holding her together still were in there. And so I said, I think what we need to do is physical therapy, right? And so we'll get her into that. And I want to do, the physical, and then I want hot jacuzzi, physical, cold jacuzzi, physical, hot, and we'll do it not like just, an hour a day, but you want it because they were getting tired of her. They really, her attitude was like, bringing everyone down. So, we just worked her through all of that. And every night to pick up her things, there were some pretty good Mexican restaurants in that town. And we would go to, there was this one I popped into, and Dave and I, because when she was still in the Rube Goldberg, we couldn't do that much the first week we were there. So we kind of explored and went out and saw. I took Dave to the boneyards of the U.S. Air Force. When I was a kid, I used to go there and play with, my dad would drop me off with a sergeant. So I took him out there, and some guys came, "What are you guys doing here?" You're not supposed to. I said, "Oh, I'm Colonel Ray's son." And and they still remembered my dad. I mean, that's the kind of juice my dad had. So anyway, they said, "Okay, sorry, sir, we didn't know that who you were." Anyway, so we did that the first few days. I took them around because I'd been in that town when I was a little kid a couple times. Anyway, so once they let me at her, about 5 days they were there, and then about a week of me doing my practices on her, she, went what they thought would take 2 months. And then I said, so let's try and get her out of the halos and the pins and the rods. The pins stayed in. Anyway, so we did the physical thing, and then every night. So when Dave and I were rolling around, exploring, I found this one amazing Mexican restaurant, and I read everyone's palms. And this one guy who owned it, his mother had real serious arthritis, so I went and talked to her, and her sister was quite the shaman herself. So, we made a protocol. So, yeah, I got that lady into the Air Force, physical therapy place, and I, about 2 weeks before when I started doing Jonny, I started doing this lady to show the physical therapist people what I wanted to do. And they were amazed with that. And once we started doing that, and so that was hard work for Joan. It's like, playing, 6 football games in a day. So, so every night we would go to this Mexican place, and these people would give us not just the Mexican food that was amazing that they gave to the clientele. They gave us the really good stuff. We were the family dining room, and we'd roll Jonny in her wheelchair, and they would have these. We each had a pitcher of super margaritas, and we would get blasted. And then one of their and I don't really get drunk, so I was the designated driver. But a couple of times I got a little buzzed to the point where I had one of those guys drive us home. But anyway. So we were there less than a month, and we got Jonny back to New York, right? They were saying 6 months, and we were there less than a month. And then Jonny said, I was, oh, you always have to, I had to come and give her a massage like once a week and da-da-da-da-da. And I had to practice, and I had my electric business, and I was doing art, and I was in the theater. So she kind of, she's a person who can, demand things. And the fact that I don't hop to everything she says, she was like that, but B didn't like that. So we have a very interesting friendship. And we have experienced, I took them to Ireland, they're all going, Dave's a druid and he never left Brooklyn. So I took them all to the west coast of Ireland. And that's where Sarah Ferguson, who started, one of the founders of Brooklyn Academy of Music, she came along for the ride. And it, taking him, so it wasn't just like, your basic tourist thing. I took them, to hang with the Roma and to places where the sacred sites were and things of that nature. And by that time, the old crone, she had, left the building. Couldn't even find her driveway anymore. I could find the little town she was in. The guy who owned the pub / general store / post office / whatever, he had passed on, but his son was still there, and his son remembered me. And so I remember cruising in there and saw him, and I said, "Where's your dad?" "Oh, he's passed on." I said, "Oh, is that good or bad?" And he said, "Right on time." And I said, "The old crone." And he goes, "Well, I was pretty young in those days. I don't even remember her, but everyone tells stories about her. So she's still there?" And he goes, "Well, people can't even find where she was. Even when people fly over on an airplane, they can't find her. They can't find her road. They can't find the stream. They can't find, like I said, and, now, there are airplanes around here, but helicopters, and we have sent people up and looked, and they can't even find her farm." And that's, where we're heading, guys. As I was alluding with Garrick, we either, get in line with balance of all our relations, or, nature is going to move us out of the way. Now, we are spiritual entities. We aren't these little mud puppets that are our avatars. We're not even our soul. Our soul is a golden thread that goes up to our Akashic record, right? And we are our spirit. And the spirit is, when Moses asked the burning bush's name, burning bush said, "I am a work in progress, and you are," meaning us. We are the burning bush's reflection. So that's why we are the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. And that's kind of who and what we are. We are that spirit, right, of all our relations. And when we realize this, when we become balanced and in a presence of conscious intent of that, and we are become conscious aware of that, that's where this, because we live on a planet of abundance. So anyway, anyone have anything to say? Let's see. Oh, my body, it hurts. Oh, after dying so many times, that makes me, you don't hurt like this when you're dead. Let's see. Come on. No one's gonna say anything. These are the only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Come on. There's 4 of you there. Well, you got 6 thumbs up. That's pretty good. How about some comments later on? How about some subscribers? You guys should, you got to listen to this guy, Al Bob, Sensei Al Bob, on Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob. Let's see if we can get above 1,000 subscribers. We're getting there. I think we're around 700 or 500, or I think we're over 500. I don't know how many there are. But anyway, so I've been on for 3 hours, 12 minutes, 59 seconds. What time is it? Ooh, it's getting towards 10. How much juice is there? Still 71%. That's not bad. Let's see if we can get anybody else answer the phone. Doot. Let's give our dog friend. Let's see if Mr. Chicago is around. Do. Hey, honey bun, it's me. I haven't. I guess you're still on the bop in Africa. I'm on the bop in America. I've left the deep green. It got a little cold. It got to be minus 60 degrees Celsius at the deep green over Christmas. Just a little bit nippy. It was minus 18 degrees Celsius in my man cave. The only thing that kept me alive was my electric blanket. So, it's all about conscious awareness I am, conscious awareness I am, and conscious intent I am, conscious intent I am. Well, I hope you get this message. My phones have been, everything is, it barely works. But it does. So I give praise Jesus for that one. Praise Allah, praise whoever. That one. I hope you're well. I hope you get this message there in Africa. And you should be coming home relatively soon. And when you do, we will talk. Okay? I will look for your amazing stories, to hear your amazing stories. I'll go take a look on your channel. Amuse. What else is it? Edify? No, I don't know. But it's on my toolbar, I think, so I can just hit the button and you should appear, I hope. Anyway, I don't know if you're posting anything from Africa. But you stay safe. I hope you get this message. You can always text me on this phone number. And so I love you, buddy. Stay safe. You're in my prayers. Catch you later. Who else can we call? Let's see. There we go. Dr. Dog. Let's see if he answers.
Your call has been forwarded.
Hey, Dr. Dog. This is your double doctor, Al Bob. And I'm live on the Dreamy Dreamland with your sensei, Al Bob, right here. And it's like we're doing a telethon. Come on. Good morning, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Why don't you put something on my PayPal? And that's the dudeawake42 at Gmail, dudeawake42 at Gmail. I hope you're having a fun time there, out there, wherever you are, Dr. Dog. And I'll talk to you soon. Give me a buzz. I'm in actually Roanoke. It was minus 60 degrees Celsius in the deep green this Christmas. Thursday to Tuesday, it was, during the day, it was minus 20 Celsius. And it was a wind chill Christmas Eve and Christmas Day where it was minus 120 degrees Celsius. It was a little nippy. So I had to get out of there. I was kept alive with my electric blanket. If the electricity had gone out, it would have found me as a frozen icicle being eaten by squirrels. Anyway, so that's the story. Hope you're well. I'll talk to you soon. Maybe we could, I'm trying, hey, you got a couch for me to stay on? I don't want to go back to the deep green until at least middle Valentine's Day. I could go back by then, so I'm looking for that. And so I got a place now, but it's separate to school with John Boy, and that's always interesting. So anyway, I'll talk to you later. Okay, bye. Okay, who else can we bother? Let's see. Oh, there he is. Hey, handsome. Oh, you back in the States?
As of this morning.
Oh, what timing? Do I have good timing or do I have good timing?
Well, yes, you can say that again, sir.
Okay, I'm back in Virginia. I'm staying up at the school with John Boy.
Okay.
It's like a barrel of it's more fun than a barrel of monkeys.
Okay.
And I fell off a cliff today, trying to help clear his septic line, and nearly killed myself. And the guy who's the professional septic guy, he couldn't believe it because I flipped off the edge of this deck, and he thought I was going to die. I was heading right towards a rock, and I put one hand out and flipped over it, and then rolled down the hill. And he came running down. Are you alive? Are you okay? And I didn't break anything. I have a little road rash on me, but that's about it. But at my age, when you do shit like that, all of my Aikido training came out of my muscles. So now my muscles are like going, ouch, I haven't done that in 40 years. So I'm a little sore right now. But I didn't hurt anything, didn't break anything. No real black and blue. It's just a little,
Well, you were actually lucky, huh?
Yeah, more than lucky. Yep. Someone was watching out for me.
Yeah, because you had fall at your house this summer. You fell down also.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yep.
And so you came out of both of those. You're good, man. Somebody's watching over you.
Yep, somebody's watching over me. Yep.
Yeah, you still have a use in it. We still need you around here,
yes,
right?
exactly. I'm not going nowhere until it's all done, So.
Well, I'm not leaving until they call the police on my ass. Scream and yell, they ain't gonna get me, man.
So how was Africa? Give me the 411.
Well, I was in South America.
Okay, well that's okay. So how was South America? Where'd you go?
Well, I went to Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. I went all the way to the furthest inhabited place on southern hemisphere.
Right.
The place is called Ushuaia, and I went all the way down. It was very, very, very interesting. Went down to Patagonia. I wanted to see it for a long time.
Oh, really?
Patagonia is like all the gods made a beautiful painting and descended it down to earth, man.
So did you do your video thing?
I did my video thing. I'm going to post something, and my camera broke. Actually, I was almost at the end of my trip, so my camera completely broke, so there's no use of fixing it. I'm going to buy a brand new. So I'm researching right now. Before you called, I was doing some research on my new camera. That's all.
Well, that's good that it puttered out at the end.
Yeah. I was actually pretty lucky. I recorded most of the stuff that I wanted to. So I'll be posting something pretty soon.
So what was at Argentina? Did you meet Adolf Hitler?
No. Some of his descendants, but they're all cool, man.
Right.
They're all cool, and so they're integrated. They're cool.
They're not trying to rule the world?
Huh?
Are they still trying to rule the world?
Well, the Germans, they like to be control freaks. They are still trying.
Right. They're still trying. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
So of all those countries, we'll take Patagonia out of this question because it's like the gods left it there.
Yeah.
So what, other than that, was the place you liked best?
Well, the place that I like the best for a very, very long time is Chile.
Chile.
Chileans are real cool people, and my favorite place on earth, there are several of those, but Valparaiso is in Chile. It's about 3 hours. 3 hours from Santiago, 2 hours from Santiago. It's on the ocean. It's a beautiful place. I think it's UNESCO protected area because all the houses there, the roofs are different colors, so it's really beautiful. So I like that part. It's in the ocean. And my schoolmate, which we went together to school,
and he was left in Yugoslavia. He became colonel. What do you say, colonel?
Colonel. Yeah.
Yeah, I can never pronounce that word. He became one of those guys in the military back home, and he was the bodyguard for one of those presidents.
Oh.
And I mean, you would never think. When we went to school, I helped him actually to pass some. I helped him to with his math was good, bad. He was all bad, man. So I helped him, and you would never think, but the guy was so fucking persistent. And the war started. He sold everything he had. He bought a rifle and became a colonel, whatever you call that. So he told me he went with his president visiting all those South American countries.
Right.
And he told me about Valparaiso. He says, this is the place I would like to die. Well, I said, if you would like to die there, I would like to live there.
Right.
Yes, I don't want to die there.
Right.
I want to live there.
Right.
So anyhow, it was a little joke, but he liked it too. And that Valparaiso is my favorite place down there.
So did he move there?
No, he didn't move. He has so much stuff going on. He has a business. He has all kinds of.
Right.
He's one of those war profiteers. And
Right. Yeah.
You know, one of those guys that you don't want to know everything about.
Right. Exactly.
You don't want to open the can of worms.
Yes. I know a lot of those guys. I used to have a nightclub for mercenaries.
Yeah.
So they could do their little. Half those guys wanted to be women.
What?
Yeah.
Because?
Who knows?
Yeah, that's a good answer.
I mean, they were stone cold killers, Mossad guys, OSS guys from England, Russian KGB guys, and they were, and then they kind of left the governmental thing and became, consultants, And so I rolled into those guys, and they met me in the different clubs, and I knew some club guys who were like mercenary wannabes, but they were nice Jewish boys from Queens, so they were never going to do that. So the closest thing was they could have a restaurant. So anyway, that's how I stumbled into those guys. So I made this. I found this abandoned factory in the South Bronx and turned it into a wet dream for those guys. So that was kind of interesting. So I know exactly the kind of guy you're talking about. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, I want to tell you, man, I have to tell you that this one of the strangest, one of the real strangest stories I've ever encountered while traveling.
Right.
And you're going to get a kick out of that.
Of course. That's why I called you.
So get this, man.
Right.
So I signed up one of those. There's a famous salt flat in Bolivia called Uyuni Flats, and that's big salt. I mean, it's humongous salt lake. It's about 30 meters. It's about 90 or 100 feet thick salt, and as far as you can see, 12,000 square kilometers flat salt lake.
Right.
So we can evaporate it.
Right.
So anyhow, it's a world famous attraction. So I was there. I signed up for that, and so I signed because I'm a cheap motherfucker, man. I signed up for one of those Spanish-speaking tours. If you sign for English, it's more expensive because they have to find these English-speaking people. And I speak some Spanish, so I can get by. I said, I'll just go. I can research on Google. I just want to see the place. That's all.
Right.
So I signed up, and there were 5 of us, so they were looking for 6 person. And as the fortune would have it, happens every time. I swear to God. I swear to freaking God, happens every time. This gorgeous woman signs up.
Of course. I mean, knowing you, of course. Yeah, you're like a magnet.
So this freaking gorgeous signs up. She was Oriental, and she was dressed to be killed. Okay? She was dressed to fucking be killed.
So does that mean she was wearing an evening gown or her underwear?
Well, but whatever she wore, everything was hanging out.
Okay. That says enough. Yeah, okay.
I mean,
How old was this baby beauty?
27.
Holy moly!
Things were hanging out all over the place, man. I mean, she let everybody know that her thing. I mean, that was anyhow. It was all out there.
So was she drawn to you, or was she drawn to some other tourist?
No, get this. No. So hold on.
Okay.
So
I'll shut up. You keep going.
So we had a Venezuelan couple. They sat up front.
Right.
We had two gay guys. I mean, I'm not going to say faggots because you'll be probably offended.
Right.
So anyhow, they said they were from Uruguay. Two guys.
Right.
So they put me in the back because I speak no. So yes, I was just there further, right?
Right. You were just there.
The girl, she spoke no Spanish either. So they paired us together, and so we had like a little chit chat.
Well, there you go.
So get this.
Right.
So,
yep.
Well, it was all nice and dandy. We had a nice time, blah, blah. First day, no problems. It was all good. The second day, we were walking around. So these two gay guys, they gave him marijuana to smoke. We are about 13,000 feet high, okay?
Oh, so you were in an altered state.
Yes, to begin with.
Yes.
To begin with. Plus, they gave the girl marijuana to smoke.
Okay.
And we had a fucked up day. We had a hard day. So the freaking girl started fainting.
Ah.
Okay, get this. So first, she was standing next to me, and she started hugging me. So I'm thinking, I didn't see what was going on because I was doing something else. So I'm thinking to myself, I was just a little startled. What's going on?
She was fainting.
She was fainting.
She was like grabbing on you like you were a light post.
Yes. So, but by the time I came to myself, some other guy, one of those gay guys, jumped in,
right,
and held her because I was startled.
Right.
So he held her. We put her on the ground.
Right.
She stayed there for 5-10 minutes. She gathered her bits together.
Right.
Then she was able to walk around. So we brought her back to the room.
Right.
Okay. Then she starts crying.
Okay.
Uncontrollably. I guess she had one of those attacks or something.
Well, you altered state, and things can fall out,
No, but okay, but that things come onto surface always.
Right.
But so here's the thing: what happens? So she starts crying, bitching, this and moaning, and we were around her. We were supportive.
Right.
Try to comfort her. We were really, because right around her, we surrounded her, gave her a hug, made her feel warm, blah blah blah, all that stuff.
Right.
Okay, so she stopped. Then she starts crying again and again and again. Then she wants to go out. Since now it's already night, she wants to go out, look at the stars. So we take her out, look at the stars and all that stuff. Then she starts crying again. I said, listen, lady, and we're already freezing. It's high up there. We are freezing our ass.
Right.
So I said, listen, lady, we are freezing our ass. There are 3 of us here. We want to try to make you comfortable, and we are comforting you. So she says, no, I want to stay here, watch the stars. No, you ain't gonna fucking stay here, watch the stars. Get your freaking ass inside and go to bed.
Right.
So I told her like that.
Right.
Because I spoke English, and when I get pissed, I speak in English.
Right. Yep.
So, and those two guys, they barely spoke in English.
Right.
So this is where it gets interesting. That's where you get kicked from this story. So we go into the room. I put her to bed. Okay, bundle hair, all that stuff.
Right.
She, are you okay? Okay, let's go to sleep. So I went to sleep. I fell asleep right away, man, because I was tired.
Yeah.
It's a long day. So this is fucking where it gets weird. So now, about 11, 12 o'clock,
right.
I woke up. I hear some commotion. So one of those male part of that unholy union,
right,
that was claiming this is my girlfriend. That was that other guy was his girlfriend. That they had to get there.
Right.
So he says he was comforting the girl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. because she was still crying and bitching. But it occurred to me, this freaking girl just wants some attention. She wants some cock, man. Right. She wants to be banged.
Right. Of course.
So she just wants to be banged. So this guy was comforting her, and the quieter he got, the more moaning came from her.
Right.
So pretty soon they disappeared from the room, man. Okay? So they came back after a while. They came back. The girl went she went to sleep. No more moaning and bitching, no problems. And the guy went to sleep and she started snoring like a motherfucker, man. I mean, he was snoring big time. Now, I can't sleep anymore because I'm a little bit perplexed. What's going on here? I can't sleep. I was awake, all that stuff. Then, maybe an hour and a half later, the female part of that couple,
yes, right,
guy,
got jealous or got upset,
and he jumped in the bed demanding his share of the thing.
With that woman or with the guy?
With his lover, with the freaking guy.
Okay, I got you.
Because he was the female of that.
Right. So all 4 of you were in the same room?
There were 5 beds and there were 4 of us in this room.
Right.
And what do you call that? When a couple, they were in their different room because they were a couple and they were a little older. So anyhow, this freaking guy jumps in the bed demanding his part of the little lovey, you know.
Right.
You know? So I don't know whatever they were fucking doing, commotion, this and that. I don't know, man. I'm a little bit. So now I'm not frightened. I'm the only one that's been untouched.
You've been left out of the dynamic.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit scared. I want to take my ass intact back to the other side of this world.
Right. You're not going to besmirch yourself.
So now I'm a little bit, so. Okay, so after whatever they did, man, the guy went back to his bed. The other guy started snoring again. So I went to sleep. Okay, and the next morning we were supposed to wake up early.
Right.
And then when we are supposed to wake up, I'm pretty responsible. I can wake up without clock.
Yeah.
So I wake up around maybe 4 o'clock, and what do I hear, man? The freaking guy was humping the girl again. So the freaking guy had his constituents. I mean, he was banging left and right.
Right.
He saw an opening and he just went for it, baby. So he had all. I mean, there was a void and he filled the void. So this was a very strange story, man. So the next morning, like nothing happened. Everybody was happy-go-lucky. The girl had no problems anymore.
Right.
So it was good, baby.
And the boys, they were okay with it all?
They had no problem. The boys, I mean, the fact they have the different sense of morality.
Right. Sensibilities, yes, exactly.
They have differences, so that's why they have more fun.
Exactly. Why do you think they call them gay? Because they just have so much fun.
Yeah, true.
Right.
So that's what happened, man. This was I've never happened. Something like that never happened. That was funny, man.
Well, I'm going to use that in one of my novels. that's I'm going to just thinking about it. And, if it was going to happen to anybody, it would happen to you. So did you tell your queen about that?
No, I haven't seen her. When you called, I thought she was calling because she's at work. I'm waiting for her right now. I don't think I'll tell her.
Did she get her new job? Is she still in town, or are you guys going to move to wherever you were going to move to?
No, she got a brand new job. They gave her more money. They gave her more love and big bonus and all that stuff, man. She's very happy this time.
So still in Chicago?
Still in Chicago. In fact, I mean, we have a bus stop in front of our house, and the bus stops in front of the hotel. There's no need to walk more than 30 feet.
Right.
So this is beautiful, man.
Well, that's good. She deserves it, right?
Yeah.
So she was happy to see you? Or she hasn't seen you yet?
She hasn't seen me. I'm waiting for her. So anyhow, listen, what's with you? How are you doing, young man?
Well, you know, all of the Floridians and Californians and people from New Jersey are moving into my neck of the woods and just ripping it apart. And, you know, the beautiful little natural preserve it was is like pretty much gone. So someone's going to buy my property and I'll move someplace else. So,
but I thought you would, well, this is, I don't know, man. But this was the year to sell it. Now interest rates are so freaking high that I don't know who is going to buy now. Because
well, I'm going to basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my price, and then I will say all you got to do is give me some earnest money, X amount every month. I will hold the paper, and you can pay me off, and I'll only charge you 5% interest.
Well, yeah, I see.
Right. So,
okay.
So people who have, you know, some money will find that a good deal, right? So.
I thought you were going to do this spring.
Well, I put the, you know, I didn't do it because I was too lazy. And I asked a few real estate people this, oh, that's a stupid thing, because they want to do it their way. They don't want to do it that way.
Of course, yeah, they want their money right up there.
Right. And so I stumbled across 3 different people who are, yeah, I'll do that, right? So let's see who comes up with the cash. And then there are 2 other people who, there's this young guy who worked at a phone repair store next to the IHOPs in Boone. And I would go have breakfast at Boone, and if I had a problem with my computer or phone, I would go in and talk to him. And he would just, you know, oh, yeah, you got to do, you know, you go bloop, 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 and fix it for me, right? And not mechanically, but just, you know, oh, you hit the wrong button here, let's hear it. Yeah. So anyway, really smart kid. He's Hispanic. And he was born here. His parents come from some Hispanic place. And he is really sharp guy, right? So he just has a high school education. And he didn't go to college, and because he had to like make money for his family. And he's doing pretty good, but he's making about $5,000 a week for his boss, and his boss is paying him like, you know, $10 an hour, right? And so I know his boss. I said, listen, this guy is really, he is going to leave you unless you give him at least $20. And this was kind of before the pandemic. So he did, because, you know, he didn't want this kid to leave. And then I said, what you need is you need to send this kid off to all the, like to the Apple school, to the, you know, Microsoft school, and get certified. So this kid has about, 18 certifications, and he can fix anything on a cell phone. So his boss is like pulling the plug. He's just going to cash in and move someplace, right? So he has about 5 stores. And so he tells his kid, so I'm going to sell this thing, right? And so the kid goes, So he goes off and he goes to other companies, and people want to hire him for like $70,000, right? And he goes, wow, that's pretty amazing. And I said, really think about this. I mean, see what, you know, when you were here fixing phones, it was just, you ran everything, you did everything, you could do all the shit you wanted to do. You go work for a company, they're going to make you, $70,000 is $70,000, but they're going to make you jump through a lot of hoops, right? So go check it out. See if you're going to enjoy working there. That's what's going to, otherwise, you've got this phone thing down. You should start your own business. He goes, but I'm only 22. I said, that's the time to do it. So, you know, he goes off and he finds, 3 different companies that want to hire him. And he does what I said. He goes for the interview, and then he says, I told him what to ask them, show me the business, show me what I'm going to do, da-da-da-da. And there were 2 companies said, oh, no, unless you sign this, non-disclosure form and a contract saying you're going to work for us for the next 10 years, you can't even walk through the door. And I said, well, those guys aren't for you. And the other guys were like, yeah, we like you. Yeah, you're cool, but we're not going to say whether we're going to hire you or not. So I just kept pushing him towards starting a business. So he asked his boss, "Hey, can I buy you out?" And he goes, "Sure, but I want this much money, and the rent is like $3,000 a month, and da da da." So I said, "No, no, no. What you need to do is go look. You just bought a house before the interest rates went up. You've got a lot of capital that you can borrow on, but don't do it in this stupid place. Go find a place right by your house where the rent is no more than, all told, utilities and rent and everything is $400 a month. That way you don't have to worry. That's not something, you fix 10 phones a month and you'll be able to pay for that. Anyway, he finds a spot that's like, 5 miles from his nice house. He starts a business. He's making about 20 grand a month.
Wow.
Right. So I pushed him to do all of this. So he is like my son. He really, really, really is like, whoa, I would have never done this without you. So I said, you know what? I have this property. I want to get out of it. So I want you to buy it from me. And you don't even have to give me any money. Just $400 a month. And we'll do it legal, da 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 da, and maybe when you make more money, you can maybe give me $5,000 here, $5,000 there, and I'm not going to live to, if this deal would take, 8 years if you were going to pay it like that off, but if I die, it's yours, right? So he's another guy. He's a guy I would like to give it to, do it to, like where he wouldn't have to give any money up front. I'd still live there. It would be in his name, da 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 da. So that is the kind of deal that is going to come to fruition by May. Somebody will, either him or these other 3 guys. One of the 4 will get it. So the kid. It would be nice if he did it, and then he could wait out the stupid assholes who are there because they won't last, right? Mm-hmm. So, and then, whether I'm still around or not in the next 10, 15, 20 years, that thing would be worth like 4 times whatever he's going to pay me. So I'd much rather him get it. So one of those 4 will get it by May. I'd still be living there. I'd still have a place to stay. I'd get a little chunk of change. I get, 400 or something around that a month. And then I wouldn't have to worry about it. So that's my basic plan on this one.
I see. So listen, you mentioned your buddy there. What's his name?
John Boy.
John? Yeah, you're back there?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, because, yes, he needs some help. He needs to move out of here. He needs to get a life. He can't just stay up here on top of the mountain all by himself, right? He needs to get back into life. So.
My God.
Right.
Yeah. So where is he now?
He's upstairs.
I see.
And I'm, so he wants to sell this thing. This guy is so inattentive. He uses about 7,000 rolls of toilet paper a week. It's like, so the septic system was totally fucked. And he found this guy. He has this great machine, instead of a Roto-Rooter kind of thing. He's got this super duper high pressured little hose that he puts down the pipe, and it has a fiber optic TV and a light on it, and he can steer it, go here, go there. And he just, heavier, dutier. It's a teeny hose about the size of your thumb, and it has the water pressure of a fire hose, right? And so, anyway, so he was cleaning the thing out, and the system is so fucked by the moron who built this thing 70 years ago. When it's just shit going through the pipe, not a big deal, but super duper high pressure. So water is shooting out of the walls, out of this, out of that. So I was running around cleaning because you couldn't believe the amount of toilet, wadded up, wet toilet paper was shooting out all over the place. And luckily, this guy had a really good shop vac because I was just, instead of trying to mop, and John Boy had no mop, so I was just, and he was scared, he was hiding under his bed upstairs while we were doing this, and it was just bizarre. And I could have, if I had done a video of it, but if I had done a video of it, I wouldn't have been able to, because I was really good at keeping the shit from going every which way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy, John, goes, what did you do? You put something on the floor that made it. I said, John, I did not put anything on the floor. I kept the shit. I could have just, stood around and took videos of it, and the whole house would be covered in shit.
Oh, fuck, man.
I know. And he didn't even say thank you. He just yelled at me.
Oh, my God.
Because he knew why those pipes were stuffed up, and he knew that he was, didn't really help. He was like, oh, and, he knew that this guy who did it was amazing. He was like the brain surgeon of septic cleaning. I mean, this guy was amazing. He was from your country.
Really?
Yeah.
I see.
So, and he was really, and, it was his own business. It was, and he figured out the machine. I mean, he took this machine and that machine and put it all together and made this thing. And it was like unbelievable. And he was a lot like you, a little thinner, but a lot like you, about younger. He was in his 30s. And
a few years younger.
Yeah, a few years, just a few. And so, I know the story. And so we talked about a lot of stuff, and because he wasn't even born when that war went down, but his family sure was, and so he definitely had that experience. And I don't know whether he was born in America or he was born there. I think he was born in America, but he still had a pretty thick accent. So anyway. But so that's how I spent the day, and we were looking for septic lines out in the forest, and I like I said, I took a real amazing header off of that. So anyway,
yeah.
So that's it, and I don't want to go back to the deep green until Valentine's Day, and whether that's I stay here or find another couch to rest my head on. It will be something.
But I thought, weren't you supposed to go to New York? I was looking forward to that because
well, again, that was John's parents, right? So John's mom said, oh, yes, we have this house in Staten Island, and you can go there, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay. And she goes, you can stay there as long as you want, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay. So I was heading that way, and I came here for Thanksgiving. And I stayed at their house, which is about 6 miles from the school here. And she is totally old school Italian. So she had every yummy thing from my childhood. All the cakes, all the cookies, all the pastries, and all the pastas, and everything I shouldn't eat,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And she had lemon jello. Did you ever have lemon jello? It's an Italian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that
I
stuff.
get that.
Yes, I love that stuff. So I was, so I spent, 3 days and 4 nights there. And so I, spent quality time with John's family. And so I saw what John grew up with. And his parents are, your basic American middle-class family, Italian lady, Irish guy, get married, go to college, did their, they went to school to be teachers. They did that in New York, and then they came to Virginia and did that here, and then got into real estate. And right at the perfect time in the 70s, when everything was bankrupt and hit the skids, they bought 70 pieces of property over the years, right?
Oh, my God.
That were shitty places, and they worked and fixed them up themselves. And now those shitty neighborhoods are where the rich people live. So they probably have somewhere between $5 and $20 million worth of real estate assets.
Wow.
And so, John's going, I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills. Well, his parents give him change to and he has nothing to, if he just did what he wanted to do, no matter what it was, it would be fine. But all he does is anxious about it. And so every time, so he's spending all this time fixing up this place to sell it. Well, this school, I don't know, it's a gigantic, it's an art piece. It's not really a house, John was the perfect person I sold it to. No one else was going to buy it. He kind of stumbled, I want to buy it. I said, great, buy it, right? So he did. So, and I stuck around for 2 years to help him try to get a life and try to, work on this place. And, he kept throwing me out and, in the middle of the night, blah, blah, blah. But it always worked out. I mean, I always went on to more of an amazing adventure, right? So, and then I would come back and I'm still, John, it's, I do not give up on my friends. People, how can you stand being with a guy? Blah, blah, blah. Because he is, who he really is a nice, sweet person. That's actually very talented, actually very smart, actually all those things. But he's so anxious about everything that it's like, have you ever gone on his channel, John Birmingham channel?
I went a long time ago, then I saw it was a waste of time.
Right. Well, you got a picture of what it was. So.
No, I don't. It's just
right.
Jesus there, Jesus this, Jesus that.
Right,
I work out. I'm so beautiful. Look at me, mama. Blah 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 blah.
But it's you know what he reminds me of? Jerry Lewis.
Okay, Jerry Lewis.
Remember how the French thought Jerry Lewis was a genius?
Yeah.
Well, I think, like in 100 years, people will be looking at his videos and thinking, amazing, boy, this is like Gardot, like, and I can see all of the above. And he is not doing any of it consciously. He is just, some kind of antenna. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and he, what he is? He is the canary in the coal mine in a planetary culture. Because right now, the world has been fucked up the whole time. The million years that we've been doing this, it's been as fucked up as it is now. It's just kind of getting at a fevered pitch. And with the internet, everyone is getting to see how fucked things are. Before, people just believed what they were told. Now they're kind of seeing this. It's like watching him on YouTube. You know what I mean? It's like, it's if he was president of the United States, he is. He's like a mix between Biden and Trump. If you put those two guys together, you get him. So that's what I'm observing is that, and again, the story you told me about the two gay guys, you and the girl, that's kind of what the world is too. You guys spending the night together. That's what, what I'm saying? It's like, so
I just spent a few days down in Miami and I was at the airport.
Right.
But this is kind of an instructive story, man. So I was at the airport and there was this how do you say transvestite?
Yeah, transvestite.
So she or he, whatever, was sitting about 3-4 seats from me, like on the other side of this. So I said, come about 4 seats from this guy. I sat there. So he says, hey, why don't you move away? I want to sit here. I said, well, there's enough room between us, so what's the big deal? He says, no, I don't want you here. Move away from me. I said, no, I'm not going to move away. I'll sit here. If you have a problem, get lost. So he says, move away or I'm going to get the police for you. I said, well, you do whatever you need to do. So get this. So I'm sitting there eating some lunch, whatever, at the airport in Fort Lauderdale. Here comes 3 police officers. They were bad and they were ugly and they were mean and they came with a purpose.
Right.
I said, I saw them coming. I said, what's going on, boys? They said, well, we had a report. What's the report? We have a report that this person felt get this, uncomfortable around you. Get it? So, well, I'm sorry. A lot of people feel uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable, but it's not a big. No, I said, no. I said, okay, so you want my ID? They said, yes. The black dude took charge. He says, yeah, we want your ID. So I took all the IDs. I had 2 passports, and I gave him everything.
Mm-hmm.
So he looked at me funny, man. I said, you know what's a good thing for me? I have a good thing going for me. He says, what? I said, I'm white. I said, if I were black, it would be a little different. The guy says, no, man, it's not like that. I said, well, you just do your job. So I said, well, so this person felt uncomfortable.
Right.
And you are going to fuck with me just because the person, that faggot, whatever that is, felt uncomfortable. In the meantime, a 4th police officer, which happened to be a hot mama,
Right.
came in. And she says, guess what? She was telling the other police officers,
Right.
guess what? I was sent to ID that, whatever that was. And I asked him, ma'am, and he didn't like it. I called him lady, whatever. She didn't like it. So I told her, she says, what am I supposed to call you? This person called her, the police officers called her bill, all that stuff.
Right.
By that, so they came in, they checked me out, man, they checked my stuff. They were looking for a way to fuck with me.
Right.
So I get it, but what is this? What is this fucking world coming to? Just because that bitch, that person felt uncomfortable. So she called the police on me, and the police came looking for a way to mess with me.
Right. Because all they want to do is mess with somebody.
Right.
That person gave the excuse for them to mess with somebody.
But okay. So are you telling me that these transvestites, those gay people, those freaking lesbians, whatever they are, that they are trying to be, they are protected more than wildlife, more than wild animals? Because if you look at me in the wrong way, you're a terrible person.
Well, the bottom line is that's true for the moment. Because what's going to happen is, and it already is, there's going to be a backlash. And in the United States, we can go in one of 2 directions. Because Nazi Germany was the most democratic country in Europe in the 20s and early 30s, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the Weimar Republic. I mean, they were, of all the countries that were in Europe, even the ones that were trying to be democracies like England, Germany actually was. And that's what gave the foothold for the Nazis to take over.
Mm-hmm.
And so the United States, and I already see different states are passing laws to basically criminalize the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, because these guys are going to the pendulum swings from one way to another,
Right.
Big time.
Right, and that's America. That's what we do. We have no real, and the thing about Europe, for the last 30 years, Europe has been a pretty stable community.
Yeah.
And it too is going to be thrown into the trash heap, right? Because this war is a joke, because the powers, the global powers want to basically have, did you ever read 1984?
Yeah, I read it a long time ago.
Right. So that's basically, that was written to give the public a heads up where we're going, right? And all the movies that are dystopian, like Hunger Games and all those kind of movies, are made to give the audience, the general public, a sensibility of this, right? So basically, America has one of 2 paths. It can either go this way that, Germany went with the Nazis, or we can truly step up and be what we could be. See, the only really great thing about America's not great. We've been fucked since Christopher Columbus has gotten here. It's been stupid white people stealing things from the people who were here before they were, right?
True.
So what's going to happen is, because America, the only really great thing about America is that it has always needed the immigrants to make it happen, right? The stupid white people who own everything are too stupid to really do anything, right?
Yeah.
And so we're either going to be like Nazi Germany, which was really, if you read about it, had to be one of the most boring, obnoxious places in the 18 years that it lasted. You know, the people who were in charge, all of the above, people who went along to get along. It was no big whoop. You know, it was actually, did you ever see the movie Cabaret?
No, not even, I actually never heard of it though.
Well, it's a movie about exactly, it's about a cabaret in Germany, right? In Berlin, right? And what the cabaret was, I mean, and this is like between 1930 and 1933 when Adolf got in power. There was a 2-year period where the economy just went, you know, it cost $1 trillion to buy a loaf of bread, right? And so they had food there, but no one could afford it. So people were actually starving to death in Germany while they were looking at the food that rich people could buy. It's not like they didn't have it. It's just they couldn't afford it. So people who were like professors in college and stuff like that and had kids would sell one of their children so they could feed the rest of the family.
Wow.
For like sexual, just the play, and then the movie was about the cabaret. And the cabaret was a place where people would go. Their lives were totally miserable, but they would go to the cabaret, and it was semi-subsidized to keep the folks down on the farm, and you could get anything there. And that's where you would bring your kid to sell them, so you could get a drink and maybe do some opium and maybe get a blowjob and see somebody sing and dance and tell a joke or two. And so the movie is about that. But it was on Broadway and it was a musical. So most people think it's about singing and dancing, but it's really about this horrible time. And if you watch the play and really look at it instead of just go from dance number to dance number, you realize what's going on. And the movie took it, because movies can do this, took it that much further, you know, really kind of gave you the, hey, kids, this is what it's going to be like. So America could be like that. Or it could be everyone, because the majority of the population, like where I live, you know, people call everyone, like all the stupid California, the people who think they're rich and come and try to get over on the holler folk, think of them as stupid and as rednecks and all the above, and treat them like shit. But those people are good people, you know, and I've been there 18 years. I know them pretty well. I go to 3 different churches, right? And so anyway, we're either going to become our better selves, or, ooh, baby, it's not going to be pretty. So that's really the 2 choices we got. And both could work relatively easily. I mean, we could stumble into, ooh, baby, you don't want to be there, or, hey, this is the most amazing thing you ever saw. Because all of the assets, all of the things are right there. Nothing really has to be discovered or changed or made, or everything we need to make us, and not just us, but the world. I mean, if the United States were to pick up on this, everyone would follow. And the other thing that people don't realize, that NAFTA, I read the law, right? You know what NAFTA did? It made Canada, the United States, and Mexico one country. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. I thought it just made free trade between these.
No, it made them one country. Economically, militarily, and other ways. And so that too has and as an economic bloc, it's stronger than any other. So if shit really hit the fan across the board, Canada, United States, and Mexico would be fine. Meaning we all 3 of those countries produce more food than the rest of the world put together, right?
Yep.
all three of those countries have more oil than the whole world put together, right? And all three of those countries are more productive. Like one Mexican worker is more productive than 16 Chinese workers.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and China forget China. You ever, this is going to be China's century. No, they're going to be dead. They're already dead in the water, but they're going to be eating themselves alive in about 3 years. Because
you think that that's going to be that bad in China?
Oh, it's already that bad in China.
You know, today there was a report today on CNN that one of the top U.S. generals, I think he's in charge of armed forces, and he says he expects and he sees. He was blunt about that, and he says by 2025 he expects a war with China.
Well, that's never going to happen because
I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, see, these morons in the Defense Department and the military, they want a war. That's the reason why this thing in Russia and Ukraine is going on is because they didn't have a good enough war. Now, the Ukrainians are shooting the shit off. I mean, Lockheed, General Dynamic, Boeing, all those guys are making money hands over fist, right? They're happy as a clam, right? But they can't have a war with China. First of all, so China has a 700-ship navy, right? Well, most of their boats are like, speedboats, meaning they do not have a single ship that can go more than 300 miles without getting refilled, right? And they really have no high-tech anything. They are not.
Do they have airplane carriers? What do you call those?
No, not.
They don't have it.
They're not. No, not a single. They have one piece of shit that they bought from the Russian, but they bought from the Ukraine. Ukraine didn't want it. It was part of the shtick that was left when Russia, and they sold it to the Chinese. It's a piece of shit, and we're the only country. We have 11 super carriers. Right? And they're like cities that, one of those things can wipe out a country. We have 11 of them. And it's not just the carrier. Each carrier group has 40 ships around it. It has destroyers and cruisers and submarines underneath.
Wow, the whole fleet.
Right. And the other thing that they have, the Navy, so Chinese little piece of shit aircraft carrier has this like little ski jump to take off. They don't have catapults, and so for the aircraft to take off, it has to weigh a certain thing, right? So it can't take a full load of bombs, and it can't take a full load of gas. So that means that airplane, instead of being able to fly 600 miles and be able to come back 600 miles, you can.
Hey, let me just 1 second. Just 1 second, Al.
Yep. Yeah, China's not a problem. Oh, we lost our boy. We'll let him see if he calls back. So China's not a problem. Not at all. Right? And that general said, we're going to have a war with China. But no, they wish, because they'd make more money. But no. Well, let's see if anyone said anything. Oh, there he is. You back?
My boss.
Okay. Is she heading home?
Yeah, she's heading. Yeah. It was a long day for her.
Yeah.
So I also don't think, man, it's not going to happen.
Like I said, China. So China's the largest country on the planet. But their population, they used to be the most populated. Now India is the most populated, right?
India is overtaken.
And what, because of the one child thing, 40% of China's population is over 60. In 3 years, close to 60% of their population is going to be over 50. They only have 20% who are, of working age, right? And they have 58 different racial groups in China, right? And in America, we got, 120 different racial groups, but they all come from someplace else. So when they come to America, they're Americans, right? Chinese,
they want to be here.
Yeah, they want
to be here.
Yes, they want to be here. And because that's the one thing in America, you can be racially, dissed and treated poorly, but if you got anything on the ball, you can make money. Doesn't matter what color you are, The only color that matters in America is green, right?
Yeah.
So, and that, there's something to be said about that we aren't, so you came from a place that was class oriented, right? No matter how educated you were, if you weren't in the right class, you weren't really getting anywhere, right?
Yeah. Right.
And so there's that to the max and lots. So China has, those 58 different groups hate each other. They can't really work together because they're scattered all over the place, and more than half of their population is out in the country eating dirt. They're not working in factories. They don't have their little apartment with a colored TV set and an air conditioner. And the other thing this is why China is totally fucked, is that after Mao made the deal with Nixon, and then he died 3 years later, they had 3 other presidents, right? And they each got 10 years, right? And they said, okay, and they kind of had a semi-fair political structure, meaning those guys were only in for 10 years, and then somebody else, and everyone kind of worked their way up to that position, and whoever had the best, and everyone kind of worked together. That's how come they went from the Stone Age to 1960s in less than 30 years for half their population. They pulled 500 million people out of the Stone Age, right? But everything is like to the state. And so the last 10 years, Xi has gotten rid of everyone. So what's going on in Russia and Ukraine was that the NSA had wired Putin. They heard everything he said. They heard every phone call he said. He had 11 guys that was in this inner circle. They heard everything they said. So they knew everything they were going to do. And they told the Ukrainians. And when you have that kind of intelligence, you can win a war, even if you're totally outnumbered and outgunned, and especially if you're as incompetent as the Russians have been so far. But Xi, we don't know what's going on in China because he talks to no one. He micromanaged. How can one guy micromanage a country of 1 point something billion people? And so they are going in the crapper on every aspect. Look how they've dealt with COVID. Everything fucking they're doing is the wrong thing. And we don't know because it's not getting out. Now, certain people who were working there and doing that kind of stuff, there's that level of intelligence. And then I have my sources are people who kind of know those people and get a picture from that. And that's what I'm told, that China is like, forget about it. It's like, and they could not, this is interesting. China makes no integrated circuits at all, except for the shitty thing that runs toys. And, they are not doing any high tech. All the high tech stuff comes from Japan, us, and Taiwan, right? Taiwan, because they're Chinese, they have relationships with so that 30 years when China went from Mao and Stone Age up to 1970, the people who who fronted that, who had the capital, were the Taiwanese. So all those big companies that are Chinese are Taiwanese. All the money comes from those guys. So there's a chunk of people in the administration of everything who are more fond of the Taiwanese than Z. So there's.
Well, they want to protect. They want to protect I know U.S. government is really worried about Taiwan semiconductor. That's the biggest thing.
But that's bullshit, because the thing about semiconductors, it's all in the ether. It's in software. I mean, that little super duper chip, what really makes it a super duper chip isn't some machine kicking it out. It's the software that runs that. None of that stuff is there. None of that stuff that makes that chip there, right? So if China got there without blowing up anything, they would find nothing there for them. The other side of the coin is to administer that kind of shit. All the Taiwanese people were there in China administering it. They have left. So there's no one administering their shit anymore. They've left. And we had a ton of Americans there being engineers and administrators, and we passed a law as soon as Pelosi went there and ruffled everyone's feathers, and the Chinese got upset. Over close to 100 and something thousand key administrator and engineers left. The American government said, okay, you want to stay there? You lose your American citizenship, don't come back home. Stay in China. And
I didn't know that part.
Yes, and to a person, they left. Not a single American of that 100 and something thousand people said, oh, I want to stay in China. They all left.
Wow.
Yes. So they've already, China is already cratering in. And Taiwan has been readying, getting prepared for China attack for 75 years. China has only started to think about attacking Taiwan for 2 years. And their Air Force, their Navy, their Marines, and their Army have no integration. They cannot fight together. Taiwan is a big volcanic rock in the ocean, 170 miles from China. That means the Chinese Navy will have to travel 170 miles. That will take them 2 days, right? And that's if they go in a straight line. And none of those boats can go more than 300 miles without being refueled, and China does not have the technology to refuel those boats out at sea. So there's no way that China, and China did this little military thing where they surrounded Taiwan with their Navy boats, right? And said, oh, look, we can stop you. Well, no one looked at where those boats were. Those boats were no farther than 40 miles from the coast. And if you can only go 40 miles from the coast and then have to turn around to get refueled, and you have no air cover, and this is what I'm saying, it's like everyone thought Russia had a kick-ass army, second most sophisticated, blah, blah, blah army. And little Ukraine, poorest country in Europe, with, 170,000 guys in their army, and Russia has 1.5 million in their army, and Ukraine's kicking their ass. Right? So, these are things, and Russia ain't going to last more than 3 years, And everyone said, oh, well, Russia's just, how Russia fights a war. They just throw people and howitzers at it, and they just, wear people out. Well, they sure didn't wear them out in Afghanistan, and those guys had nothing.
Isn't that something, man?
Yeah. So
I mean, isn't there something that freaking Afghanistan is not called a graveyard of the
empires?
Empires
yes,
for nothing.
Yes, right. So yeah, they just hang out in the hills, and when they can kill you, they kill you. Otherwise, they're just like smoking opium and making dinner. So
Yeah, yeah.
right. So anyway, none of this shit. This is all advertisement to get. Like I said, we're either going to be like, oh, and what's going to eat the EU or the United States is all of the countries themselves. Italy will eat itself. Spain will eat itself. Portugal will eat itself. And I mean, you've been in all those countries. You know what I'm talking about.
Speaking of, since you mentioned Italy first,
Yep.
they are in terrible shape.
Oh.
Italy is in terrible. Their demographics are it's a terrible picture.
I mean, when has Italy not been in a terrible shape? I mean, they got great food and they got great handbags, but other than that,
well, the things are coming to a head because look, their population. I don't know the exact percentage, but there is a great percentage of population that has some chronic disease,
right?
And the population is declining, and their birth rate is falling, and the population is dying, and they are resisting. They don't allow any immigration to their country because
right.
They know they're going to be inundated by Albanians, Algerians, all that Muslims, and we don't want any fucking Muslims. We are a Christian country.
Well, when Germany, when Syria went into war and that 17 million Syrians came into Europe, the one country that kind of invited them with open arms was Germany.
Smart people.
Because they said, well, Syrians aren't like, other Africans. These guys are really well educated. And virtually the million or so of Syrians they brought in were engineers, doctors, lawyers. And
that's how you do it, baby.
Right. And that's
how you beat everybody to the punch.
Right. And everyone's going, why did they do that? Because Germany had the same problem. Their demographics were falling. So they looked at America and said, well, look what America does all the time. I guess we'll have to do that, right?
Of course.
Right.
They are begging Indians to come over there to work as IT people. And
right.
They have, I think every year they take about 80,000 of the brightest Indians there. So Germany, they are doing pretty good job but Italy and some other countries, they just don't
Spain,
want to
Italy, Portugal,
yep.
Greece,
Yep.
Turkey.
Yeah.
Yes, those are the guys.
Turkey is a little bit better shape because in Islam you are supposed to fuck in the name of Allah.
Right. I mean, they're of all of the ones who are having a hard time. They're doing better than others, but they do stupid shit like they're picking a fight with Greece. It's like, guys, forget about that shit, And the other thing, the way they went after the Kurds, that was a group of people that if they had been hospitable like Islam says, I mean, the main course of Islam is hospitality.
Well, but you remember what they did to Armenians?
Yeah, no shit. That's what I'm saying. That's why, and that's why they're going to be fucked, because if they had embraced the Armenians instead of killing them, they'd be way ahead of where they are now.
Yeah, well, that was a
mistake. That was a mistake. But I mean,
that was one of the worst human disasters that we know really, in recent history, man.
Oh, and no one. I mean, that's the sad thing. No one. It's like all the bullshit that America has done, and people, cancel culture, blah blah blah. No.
But when President Obama was. When he
come on.
He was running,
come on.
He says he was going to make this a war crime. He was going to declare this war crime. Then he came to the office, kissed Turkish ass, and nothing happened.
Right, of course, because he was a corporate. I mean, nobody goes from like social worker to president in 18 months. He was a poster boy. He was the black man they could put in there that was more white than Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And when I don't know if you remember this, but ABC used to do a show, 100 Days of the first 100 Days of the President, right?
I remember that. Yeah, that was a big thing.
The last one they did, Obama. So he gets in there, the camera crews come in, the first, shot they do is in the cabinet room, and there's all the people in the cabinet, and there's Obama sitting there, and everyone's around him. And then the guy's really in charge, the deputy, he comes in, okay, news guy's out, we got to go to work. And so they shush the news guys out. So the news guys are walking around the White House doing B shots. B shots are the stuff that you have as filler, like you go visit the chef, you go visit the guy who puts the flowers. Oh, those are B shots. So these guys are roaming around the White House doing B shots, and they go down the hallway, and there is Obama sitting outside of the cabinet room, like in a chair, like little Lord Fauntleroy, all by him fucking self, right? And the news guys with the camera walk up to him, Mr. President, what are you doing out here in the hallway? Oh, well, the cabinet's in their meeting. I said, well, shouldn't you be in there? And he goes, well, I've already made the big decision. Oh, what's that? Well, we're going to have cheeseburgers for lunch. And that's when I said, oh, boy, this ain't going to work. This ain't going to be pretty. And pretty much that's all he did for the 8 years, right?
Yeah. He didn't do very much. Obamacare was one of the good things, but besides that, not much was.
Well, the only reason Obamacare was put in power is because the HMOs made even more money. Mm-hmm. They didn't do single payer, which would have gotten rid of the HMOs because the federal government, it would have been like Sweden. I remember. What's his name? Mitch McConnell. He said, well, we do that. We'll be like Sweden. I said, well, fucking mother asshole. I lived in Sweden for a year. That's not a bad place to live.
Of course.
Right?
What's wrong with Sweden, man? They're always among the on top of the happiest people on earth.
Right.
What's wrong with Sweden?
Where they have everyone gets educated, everyone has a house, everyone gets a square meal, everyone has a job, and everyone gets like a month off vacation.
Of course. And
paid.
If you do go to vacation, they call a sink for you.
Right, exactly. They not only pay your wage while you're on vacation, they pay for the fucking vacation.
Yep.
I mean, that's why I lived in Sweden, because I would just go down to the Stockholm airport. They had a big board up there that showed all of the flights that were leaving that day, that they had open seats in, that, the person who was supposed to be on there freaked out and stayed home, right? And if you were ready, willing, and able to walk on that airplane, you could walk on that airplane. And they'd sign you up, and that's how I went to Syria, that's how I went to Iraq, that's how I went to Turkey, that's how I went to Iran. Because Sweden was everybody's buddy, and I just went there, signed up, and I had a Swedish driver's license. That looked just like a passport. Had my picture, was in a little book, had all kinds of stamps on it. And I would, I had my American passport, but I never showed that. And I would go through customs, and I'd have the visa with me. The thing that, the Iranian said, yeah, this guy can come in, right? And I'd have that with me, and they'd look at that first, and that was like more important than anything. And then I'd show them my little gray passport that, had the Swedish flag on it, and Swedish government, and Sweden, my photo, and all kinds of stamps. And they just stamped that and handed me back the visa. It's like, I did that for a year. And when I went to all those countries, I realized that everything that we said about them was wrong, right? And even Iran, that was pretty fucked up. Even in those days, have you ever been to Iran?
No, sir.
Do you know any Iranian folk?
Well, yes, Iran was pretty good friend with Bosnia. We have a lot of them. Pretty happy people, man.
Yes, and very sweet, very smart, really good business people.
True, very true.
And they are also about hospitality and beauty. That's
about hospitality. Those people are like Irish, man.
Yes, exactly. And so when I was there, it was unbelievable because everybody but the governments realized that I was an American. When I went through customs, the guy was he couldn't care less. You seem to have the right paper, especially that you have that visa, not a problem. Bling, 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 right? And But once I started, and I would be in this group of, so we'd come through customs. We get up the airplane, and our Swedish guys would be there, people from Sweden. But they've been living in that country for the last 5 years, so they speak the language, they know the people, they're like fixers. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but Swedish people in Sweden, they're fun, they're okay, but they're kind of boring, right? But
Very much so.
But Swedish people who leave Sweden, go live someplace else, those people are wild and crazy. They're the party animals. They're the party animals. So we got off the airplane, and, all the other Swedes are like gray. And me, you know me, I got like pink shirt on, Hawaiian this, big hat with sunglasses, sneakers. And they look at me and they go, okay. And so, they take us to the hotel, and the Swedish people would want their lutefisk or some boring, crappy meal, not the native food. And I would look at that shit and say, fuck that. I look at those guys, where are we going to dinner? And they go, oh, we like this guy. And they take me to a really great, Iraqi or Iranian or whatever restaurant. And then we go out clubbing until the sun rose, right? And so I had a pretty fucking amazing time. So the Iranians, and in Iran, what happened was they don't, because they're, have all these mullahs running everything, they really don't have nightclubs. They really don't have bars. They don't have any of that shit. But you meet someone, nice person, you go to their house, they give you a great meal. They got a bottle of Johnny Walker stashed away. They got the hookah. They got, they put on rock and roll music. All the kids want to know about, do you know Boise? Anyway, so when I was in Iran, that's kind of, I was like with the folk, I would meet people, talk to them, and they would say, would you like to come home for dinner? I said, boy, whatever, sure, let's go. But the people in Syria, did you ever go to Syria?
No, sir.
Man, you would have loved that place. That was like...
Well, I know, but this is not for now.
No, they blew it up. I mean, and they did it on purpose because I would, of all those places I went to, Syria had the deepest culture.
Really?
Yeah, because it was, so Iran had the deepest culture, but because the mullahs took it over, and those guys who run that place, they're not Islamic. They're gangsta.
Yes, true.
And they're stupid gangsta. They're not even smart gangsta,
True. They got no style, baby.
They got zip style, but the people have style. People have style in spades. So, but in Syria, the family who runs that place, I forget his name, but they realize the best thing to do with the people is let them do whatever the fuck they want, right? And we'll all make money, right? And they said this to people, as long as you keep your nose out of our business, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You want to have a nightclub, you want to have a bus company, you want to do this, you want to do that, not a problem. And we won't even, rake you, and, we'll be corrupt. But, it'll just be like taxes. You'll be able to afford whatever corruption we force upon you, right? Because we want to stay in charge. And we know that if we keep you kind of, 89% happy, we'll be here forever. They already were they were heading on their third generation of
yeah.
Right.
True. Yes.
So that place was unbelievably not a problem. So we go to this really nice hotel. All the Swedes get, tucked into bed by 9 o'clock and go out with the wild and crazy ones. And first we go to a really great restaurant. Then we go to a hookah bar. Then we go to a nightclub. Then we go to a jazz club. And then we start going to poetry lounges where we're like in basements that you had to go into an alley, knock 3 times. And by the third time we were so stoned, so drunk, that we were in a place where they were reading poetry that was like, the government wouldn't like these guys. They were talking about freedom and justice and blah, 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 right? And I was like kind of just getting half of it going, what the fuck? What are these what are they? Anyway,
I got up for some reason and stumbled away from these guys, and they were like trying to grab me, like, and I went out a door. It was like a fire door that went to a hallway, that went to another hallway, and then went out onto an alley that went out onto the main street, right? And so I was drunk, I was stoned on hash, and I was, like, and I stumble out onto the main thoroughfare, and it's like 3 a.m. There are a few people roaming around, but not really anybody. And I have no idea where the fuck I am, because I went with these guys and they had a car, and I have no idea what part of Damascus I'm in. And I stumble around, and I stumble onto this guy who's smoking a cigarette. He's in a black suit and he's leaning against a black car, right? And I'm, and he goes, "Sir, are you okay?" And he speaks really good English, right? I said, I don't know. And he goes, "Do you know where your hotel is?" I go, "No idea." And I, in that country, like other European countries are, when you leave the hotel, you have to leave your passport with them. They give you the key, right? And you got to leave the passport with them. And the key is kind of an ID card, Yeah. And so the police, if you have that key, they'll take you back to that hotel. So anyway, I kind of say, "I got this," and he looks at it, he goes, "Okay, get in my car. I'll take you there." And so and we start driving around, and he's talking about America and all kinds of stuff, American and this, that, and the other thing. And so I'm, because that little key says that I'm Swedish, and he's like talking about America, right? Mm-hmm. So in my stupor, I'm going, I'm still there's still part of my brain that's like going, But I don't care. He's taking, I say to myself, he's either going to take me to the hotel or he's going to take me to someplace and kill me. So either way, I'm fine, right? And then all of a sudden I go, I got to get sick. And so he pulls over and he gets out of the car. He helps me out of the car. I vomit. He's not on the sidewalk, like right by a drain. And he's got a little napkin from my mouth, and he goes, "Here, have a swig of this. It's kind of this peppermint stuff." And okay, I feel much better. So he drives me there, and then I fall asleep. Once I vomit, boom, I'm asleep, right? And they could have killed me. He could have done anything to me. And he could have the stuff I had to drink, could have been knockout drops. Who knows? But anyway, I wake up and I'm naked in my room, right?
What?
Yes, I am naked in my room, and so and it's kind of, it's not bright and early like the Swedes wake up at with sunrise and start going on tours. I kind of wake up and I put my clothes on and I take a shower, put my clothes on, go out, and I'm going down the stairs and the concierge is there. And he goes, "Oh, I have breakfast for you." And he takes me to this little dining room, and I'm having, little croissants and coffee and some eggs. And I go, "What time is it?" He goes, "It's about 1 p.m. I said, "Whoa." I said, "What happened?" He goes, "Do you know who brought you home? Because at this hotel, if you do not get in by 1 a.m, they lock the door and you got to roam around the streets, right? If you're not in by 1, that's it." He said, "You got here about 4 a.m, and the guy who, brought you was the head of, secret police, right? And we, opened the door for him. And he said, me, the concierge, and him dragged you up to the room, took your clothes off, and threw you in bed." And that's how I got naked in the bed. And they dragged me up there and put me against. He goes, "You got to tell me the story. What the fuck happened?" I know that guy, and he wouldn't say anything. And, and that's what he said. He said, "You were either going to be dead or, you got back here." And from that point on, someone told the other Swede guys
not to, lay it on heavy on me. And so we had dinner and we went to a nightclub, but we got home by 1. I didn't do that again. So that's when I realized that Syria, you can do almost anything there as long as you're not a threat. And so the guy, like I said, I was totally out of my mind, but a little part of my brain said, because the way he asked everything about America, he was saying if I was like some CIA guy or something, And since I was just a wild, crazy moron who came through, Sweden, I was no threat. I had no information that he would even want. I probably said everything I ever, knew about anything to him. Probably especially after he gave me that little something to drink out of that bottle, because once I took a sip out of that, I felt really good, and then bang, I was asleep. And whether I was asleep or whether he was pumping me for information, who knows? But I made it back to my bed. So my real realization going to all those places that none of those countries are any worse than we are. And in a lot of ways, in the big world picture, they're a lot less worse than we are, because we influence the whole fucking world. And we cause all of these wars and famines and pestilence around the world just for profit. Syria doesn't do that. Did you ever go to Lebanon?
Yeah.
Well, that was a country I thought was great.
Yeah, it is still.
Yep. And Muammar was great. I mean, he gave everyone a house, a job, school, and the thing he made, their country didn't get ripped off on their oil because they drilled it themselves. They didn't let Exxon in. They sold it on the market. That's why their crude was sought after by everyone. And that's why we took him out, because so they developed their own technology to drill. And so he not only drilled oil wells, he went deeper and got water, and then pumped that water out and turned all of Libya into a garden of paradise. They were making more money selling vegetables to Europe than they were on their oil.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that didn't sit well.
That didn't sit well.
Big brother.
No, because and that at a certain point, he didn't want to take T-notes anymore for his oil. He wanted, gold dinars.
Yep.
And that's why they took him out.
That was the worst.
Yep. That's why and he wouldn't do their, when he first started, his, boys would go do jobs for whoever, for the English or the Americans or whoever, Russians. And he stopped doing that. He stopped being like a quasi-terrorist, So, and that was my take on all of that. And I'm really glad I did that in my 20s and 30s, because I was young enough to be able, and I had no real attachments to anything like a wife or kids or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, hey, listen.
You got to go?
So now, let me go, because my wife she gave me a list of what to do.
Right.
We have to turn
well, I'm glad you're back home, and I will look forward to, because I put you up on my my board on my laptop, so I can just push a button and see your. Well, again, what is it? Arrest, amuse, and amaze. What?
Whenever, so listen. Next time I'm going to tell you the story.
Yep.
About my girl. How I met a girl in New York City. The one that made one famous musician. I'll tell you that story.
Oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Okay. Sweet dreams, Prince. I'm glad you're back home safe. And maybe if I have no place to come in the spring, I'll sleep on your couch.
Okay, sounds sexy to me.
Have you heard anything about the gathering?
Not really. It's a little early, man. And well, actually, since you mentioned, I should start doing some research.
I heard from my sources that it's actually going to be in my neck of the woods, like on the East Coast-ish.
Well, I heard that same thing, man.
Right. So if that comes true, come and get me. Let's go have a good time.
I have the guy who drove me. Guy who drove me from Colorado here.
Right.
there were three of us,
Right.
and he was ultra politically correct. He was so, his taste was so refined that only I could talk about weather unless I mentioned progressively worse weather. And so it was really difficult. So anyhow, this guy drove, get this, there were three of us. Two of them, they were able to drive, but the other guy was kind of lazy and took advantage of this man.
Oh, that's the guy, that's the European guy who tried to get money off of you?
No, somebody else. So they're from Chicago, those two dudes that drove me here.
Right.
So that guy drove 18 hours straight. I have never seen anything like it. The guy, he wasn't even tired. He was so freaking cheerful from the moment he stepped in the car, from the moment he dropped me back home. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, man. 18 hours straight driving. So this guy, he's going to drive me back to the rainbow he promised. So when I was in Egypt, I called him. I said, I needed some help. I wanted him to drive me somewhere. He says, no, man, I'm going to Egypt. I said, you're going to Egypt? I'm right here, right now, man. Come on. So I gave him a few pointers. So if this guy is going to give me a ride, which I think he will, then he would be more than willing to swing by you.
Well, that'll be great. And I can talk about art and culture. That's politically correct, right?
No, you guys made from the same cloth. You can, okay. So anyhow, I'm going to pay him. It's not a problem to swing by you.
Okay.
To pick you up.
Sounds like a plan. Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, handsome. I'll call you next week. I'll let you get settled with your queen, and my birthday I think is Sunday.
Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
Wow, you'll be 39 again?
One more time for the last 40 years. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wow, but you used to be younger too.
Yes. I used to be younger
this
too.
Morning, right?
Yeah, this morning I was definitely younger. Before I took that header off the deck, I was definitely a lot younger.
Okay. Okay, man. All right. So talk to you soon, Big Kahuna.
Okay, Prince. Later.
All right, bye.
Love you.
All right, bye.
Bye. How much juice we got on this guy here? Put my glasses on. How you kids doing? Anybody still watching? Okay, here we are. Oh, there's 5 of you still there. You guys are hanging in there. Anybody say anything? What? No one can say, and there's 5 of you there, and no one can say, I mean, after having that conversation, what did you think? My bro, one dropped out. Couldn't take it, right? 4 hours and 52. Mother. See what time is it? It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Ouch. So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with your Sensei El Bob. Here we are. It's the telethon. And we're here to try and get more subscriptions. Call up people. You 5. If each of you 5 called up 5 people that you knew to watch this show and subscribe, that would put YouTube, just flip them out, Oh, my body is achy, from taking a header off the deck. I'm not achy, it's just sore. Sore is different than achy. I use muscles. My muscle memory of those muscles came out after 40 years. So it's like, oh my God. Just think if you came out of the grave, after 40 years, how you'd be feeling. That's kind of how I feel right now, but not out of the grave, right? So, come on. No one wants to say anything out of 5 of you folks? Wait, he just got it on. It's like wallpaper, right? Just right there. Well, let's see. When the 4s line up, I think I'm going to bail. because I'm gonna do some stretching and breathing and then go to bed, right? So, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil. What's in the beginning is now, ever shall. I love you guys. I'm always thinking of you. I'm always there for you. Okay. Oh, there it is. 4s across the board. So, let's see. We hit the little X, and it says yes. Okay.